Oh, yep, right here. Look,
Going live.
we're live.
Almost.
Oh, maybe. There's 9 waiting now.
Here we go.
Why are you not working? Oh, there we are. We're
We're
live.
good?
Yeah, we're
All right.
live. Sorry for the
There's those weird
delay.
faces.
This a couple of minute delay. We were trying to figure out what we did wrong, but looks like we're on, and it's going to be game time discussions, first live stream ever. We do a lot of you know impromptu stuff anyways, so this is kind of our ballpark. But now we get to do it where we get to watch the chat and get to interact with everybody. So please, if you're waiting, tell us what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's game time. It's Christmas morning.
Yeah.
We're here. We're live. Everybody's 0-0, and there's only optimism for every team. There's no sadness yet.
Yeah, not yet. Well,
So,
unless you didn't do anything in the free agency, but we're not going to go there.
I mean, we might have some Cowboys fans in the audience that might say some things. So,
hi Taylor, hi Ricky.
Fun.
Yeah, we're getting right into it. The first 10 picks. We were doing a bunch of stuff. We're gonna during this show we're gonna live stream everybody else's mock drafts, and we're gonna kind of compare them to what we did. And we saw a lot of the same picks for the first 7. It kind of was pretty chalky for the first 7, and then after that it got a little weird. But including in our draft. But yeah, so lots of stuff to do and things to enjoy. We're going to be streaming based on the NFL Network draft kickoff. So if y'all want to turn that on in the background, that would be great. And then we can talk about kind of the same things they're talking about if there's anything going on. But yeah, so y'all just get in the chat and talk with us. I see Taylor Hookham. Okay, got some UT fans, I'm sure, in the chat. I know there's a couple, but yeah.
Yeah. Apologies for being mute and just making sure everybody on our socials knows that we're live. Yeah, it's exciting. This is a different feeling than just talking to one another. We gotta be entertaining for some reason. So
yeah, I'm being told that it's a little blurry. We're gonna try to fix that, but hopefully we can get that fixed here in a second. But yeah, first pick on
that's a little bit of signal issue.
Yeah, I think the latency is a little there, but first pick, got Chicago on the clock for the last 3 months. Every single person we looked at the mock draft basically put Caleb Williams.
Yep.
I think that's kind of the consensus. That's just kind of what we're going to get. And I think he's a minus 10,000 to win, but to go first. So it's basically how I feel about his draft starts at 2. Lots of conversations about quarterback at 2 and 3 big options. I've seen a lot of reports that are possibly smoke. Of course, we have smoke screens come out at this time of year, but JJ McCarthy, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May all have an opportunity to go there. We've been hitting Jaden Daniels this whole time, though. So
yeah, I mean, we'll have this Excel spreadsheet up and out as we're live streaming. We picked out 9 of our favorite mocks, or most notable rather. All went pretty chalky. There's us, and then there's 9 others, and I believe 1, 2, 3, 4 is across the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, and mostly 5 is all the same. And can be even more after that. One of the biggest, I guess, differences, and we've talked about in our final mock and throughout the process, that JC Latham, this is probably our biggest discrepancy between how we feel and view him compared to the consensus. And there's several guys that kind of make you nervous a little bit, because you got, Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network, Peter Schrager, and others that are putting him up to 5 with the Chargers, or at least in the trade back scenario, potentially still going that high. And we felt it was too high, putting him at 20. So obviously, it's likely that would be an error on our end in terms of prediction. But, if we look back at this a couple of years from now and everybody was high on him, and he gets kicked in the guard, or
Yeah.
they're already
Doesn't pan
figuring
out.
out, then it's like we were kind of ahead of the crowd on that. I mean, just because you can become a successful offensive lineman, once you're in the top 10, you got to be a Pro Bowl caliber at the position that you're intending to draft on. And part of our argument with him is that Emory brought up, we would feel better about him if he was going to play guard.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
people are expecting him to play tackle. And so that's kind of the difference with like somebody like Troy Fontenot or Graham Barton, who are tackles that are being projected inside. Everybody's viewing them as guys that are flexible to move inside. Whereas JC is a guy that, no, he's going to be your booking right tackle, maybe left tackle if you need that, have that need. And I look in a recent draft, we've said Evan Neal, how he was a top 10 pick, and he's moved inside the guard and he's been serviceable.
Yeah,
that doesn't warrant that pick was a hit, because you intended on him being your right tackle, and you just having 2 top 10 tackles and you were all set. So
yeah, Evan Neal is an interesting story, because he's graded out on PFF as one of the worst tackles last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just terrible. But at the same time, he still has the size and length and power to play guard. He just lacks some of that ability to be on an island that we like to see with tackles.
Mm-hmm.
Griffin in the chat says, how about the Pats? We'll get to the Pats, of course. And do we foresee any trades happening late? Well, one thing we keep talking about in all of our stuff, and as you can see on the board, there's our mock draft and everybody's mock draft there. We keep talking about the fact that someone might jump up to grab a quarterback at the end of the draft. That being Michael Penix, if he's still there, that being Bo Nix, if he's still there, because both of those guys, you would want to get the 5th-year option. So that would be part of the thing, is like, you want to be able to get that 5th-year option and get a guy that possibly could, if he does do well, you don't have to pay him earlier than you might want to. Similar thing like Brock Purdy last year, San Francisco, did really well, got a steal basically in the draft, but they're going to have to pay him a year earlier than all the other drafted players in that class. So
yeah, and I mean that's kind of the thing where we've seen later round quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson was one that probably would have fallen to the 2nd round, and then Baltimore traded up to make that slot at 32.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history. He's a 2-time MVP already. So a lot of quarterbacks like to do that. The things we've heard today is a lot of buzz of Michael Penix. Would be surprised to see him fall past 13.
Right.
And when we were doing our final mock, I brought that up, and Emory, not just being a Raider fan, but he's a little hesitant just because he just doesn't see that kind of a run that early after at least the first 4, because we're expecting the 1, 2, 3 quarterback, and then either JJ or long shot, but Drake May being the QB4 that somebody trades up to at either 4 or 5 or even 7.
Yeah.
If the Giants pass. So Giants were aggressive apparently in wanting to target somebody. They've done a lot of work on this quarterback class. And so whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we're just reporting what we're hearing. So
yeah, and we've been hearing the Giants want a quarterback since the combine. So it's not a brand new report, but I just wonder if it feels kind of like smoke and mirrors, just so that someone has to feel like they have to jump.
Maybe that they're trying to push a prospect down a level.
Yeah, so
somebody like a Neighbors or a Donze. A lot of that was something that we started on our 1.0 was we had Rome going 6 and Neighbors falling, and then we flopped it just because of the love we heard, and then Neighbors could be rivaling Marvin Harrison Jr. as the number 1 wide receiver off the board. And while we never bought into that, we bought into the hype of, okay, they feel a certain way about Malik Neighbors being the clear-cut wide receiver 2 in this class. And somebody like the Giants, who they do have some speedsters, Jalen Hyatt coming from Tennessee, and Darius Slayton. They've got speed on the outside, but they don't have the route running, the possession guy.
Right.
And so it was probably a better fit, but we've, in the last month or so been putting Neighbors there just because best wide receiver available. And
Yeah, on our board, he's the best wide receiver. It's not necessarily a consensus, though. Daniel
yeah,
Jeremiah
it's pretty split.
Yeah.
Probably about 2/3 going Neighbors, but most of them are, like I said, Neighbors, a couple with Rome. I don't think anybody, like we said, the first three are pretty chalky.
Yeah.
I saw some mocks that have the Giants trading up. While it will be shocking if and when that happens, we're not anticipating it happening. So, yeah. But yeah, and go ahead.
Sorry, Tony asked, do we think the Texans are going to be trading into the first round? I would probably say no. They did a lot of trading last year and kind of got their guys, and now they kind of have to wait, I think.
I think it just kind of depends, because what are you targeting? You signed Danielle Hunter in the free agency. That was your big fish. In addition to all the moves you made, but Danielle Hunter, and then Will Anderson Jr. you just drafted last year, so you're good on the edge.
Yeah,
there's gonna be a lot of edges in the late first range. Tackles, you got Laramie Tunsil,
yeah,
one of the top 10 left tackles. In the range there, I guess you could see right tackle Titus Howard is moved inside,
reasonable.
So that makes some sense. Wide receiver, obviously you don't need receivers. There's going to be a ton of receivers. There's probably going to be about 20 receivers after the first 2 days.
Yeah.
And that's probably putting it light on guys that'll be selected. And then obviously don't need a quarterback. So I just don't see the position need to move up. Maybe if you want to try to get the linebacker one, if you want to sneak either into the first or early second, somebody like Adrian Cooper or Peyton Wilson makes sense.
So I was just looking it up. It looks like Houston has 42 and 59.
Mm-hmm.
So they have the capital to move like right into the, actually they could probably move up to, where Miami is, or that Dallas area, basically based on like draft capital value. But at the same time, they have to be targeting somebody in particular that makes a lot of sense for them. And right now, what hole do you want to target at that point is the real question.
Yeah. I think it's probably more likely that they're going to move earlier into the second, like higher up in the second round, rather than going all the way in the first. Just because there's so many teams in the late part of the first that need linemen, need wide receivers, and that's just yeah. And a couple corners as well. And then I didn't bring that up with Houston, but you got Derek Stingley Jr. You just signed Jeff Okudah,
right?
CJ Henderson. So you got 3 former top 10 picks that are all under 26 that are your cornerback room, and then Jalen Petrie,
and
really good safety. So
too.
It's like your secondary is probably fine. So they're sneakily losing a ton of holes,
Right. Yeah.
So
I think that, with them, they should probably stay put and just hang out for a little while. Let's see. Ricky says Cowboys going to have the best year in a decade just to lose in the first round again. Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know that Ricky's a Green Bay fan, so I think that's pointed at the Cowboys fans in the chat. But yeah, I think the Cowboys might have to change their direction completely. We were talking about this earlier. It's like, what do they do with Dak? They don't want to pay him right now.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't decided to pay CD. I look at Detroit. Detroit decided, hey, we're going to pay our guys. They just got Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell signed to an extension right before I think it was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So they're at least being proactive with it. I'm waiting to see Dallas do something proactive in general.
Yeah, so. I mean, it's no secret that their strength of their organization is in the draft. They're one of the better drafting organizations, so they're kind of wanting to lean into it. They were way too conservative in free agency. Even if you're not targeting the number 1 overall free agent, getting pieces that can upgrade your roster or at least maintain the losses that you have.
Right.
But you didn't even do that. But who knows? There's some maneuvering around that could happen. Maybe this all in is just a foreshadowing that they're making draft trades. Um, we'll just kind of see what happens. I am very pessimistic about them going into the next year. Earlier today, we retweeted power ranking by PFF and how they were the number 2 team in the NFC. And it's like, power rankings are meant to be right now. This isn't prediction of record. This is right now who's the best teams. And there is no logical reason to put Dallas in the top 5.
Yeah.
Let alone 2.
Yeah, there's no way.
There's no you got worse in about 5-6 spots on top of losing at home in a blowout to a team that almost knocked off the NFC champions.
Right. Yeah.
No, there's no reason they should be there. Like their win total early on is 10.5, one of the highest win totals. Like, I don't love that.
Yeah.
We'll just see.
I do want to I don't mean to pour salt in the wound or anything, but I just got a tweet. Adam Schefter tweeted that, Adam Schefter tweeted AJ Brown 3 years, 96 mil. They finally extended him. Devontae Smith now is also there, 3 years, 75 mil. So other teams in your division are making moves, and Washington got better. Washington got a lot better. They're still going to get better in this draft class because they have some early pick. They have, the number 2 pick to get a quarterback. And then they also have an early second. And they're just going to get better. I just worry that Dallas is trending in the wrong direction. And basically what you're going to see is Dallas is coming down while all the other teams are coming up. And they're going to all be,
so
between 7 and 10 wins, basically.
Yeah. So one thing I do want to bring up, I know we have Patriots fans in the chat. There's a report going out there that the Patriots are working on a trade for Brandon Ayuk. I know he was in the trade rumors today.
Yeah.
Nothing official yet. It's obviously not going to warrant a first rounder, especially when you're the 3rd overall pick, but New England has an early second, which is basically a first. And so packaging that mid-round pick or what have you is probably reasonable. It's going to help a rookie quarterback have better receiving core.
Right.
I know that Patriots fans were looking to have an upgrade in that spot in some way, shape, or form. So, and then also on the other end, San Francisco, we saw a lot more than I thought, guys having them take a receiver in the first round. Like Xavier Legette, Xavier Worthy, to name a few, if you look at our chart. So, it's interesting. That's the first of many, because I thought that T. Higgins was more likely to be traded. And so if Brandon Ayuk is indeed on the move, then that might not be the only person that comes off the board.
Right. And that's not even just saying that. Well, we just talk, you talk about the guys that might get traded too. It's like T. Higgins was that other one, Brandon Ayuk. But how do you, I guess my question is, who would you rather have? And I guess it also situationally, because I think, you could see T. Higgins being more of a number 1, but Ayuk is more of that kill zone type of player. Who would you rather have in an offense?
Between T and Brandon?
And Ayuk, because they're going to be worth the same pick, basically.
I think it depends on if you're asking said guy to be a compliment or if you're asking him to be your number 1 or number 2 option overall in terms of all skilled players. I think Brandon Ayuk is probably more equipped to handle the work of a wide receiver 1 workload.
Okay.
But it's kind of like when T. Higgins, we saw the last couple of years, Jamar Chase either have an injury or 2, and so he missed some games. So that was the opportunity for Tyler Boyd being a good complement, being the wide receiver 2, and then T. Higgins, you're going to get the bulk, and his targets don't really go up. It kind of maintains in the 7 to 10 range.
Right.
Maybe they're more efficient targets. We got to look in the advanced metrics, but I don't know. I always viewed that T. Higgins, his ceiling was one of the best 5 wide receiver 2s you can have in the NFL. Brandon Ayuk, he was just kind of an unknown to me, but he went into an offensive friendly atmosphere. But really this year he became their wide receiver 1. I know Debo is, that guy, but he's more of a gadget guy.
The yak yards.
George Kittle is one of the best tight ends in football, but now he's down to like 5-6 targets a game.
Mm-hmm.
Christian McCaffrey obviously is the number one option in the offense overall, but Brandon Ayuk was the one that broke out and, flirted with 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns. And, when in the NFC Championship game, when Detroit is, almost putting the, foot on the throat,
Right.
like
Yeah.
Ayuk is the one that is making the plays. And so
I wonder too, because like me personally, I don't know that I think Ayuk is a number one. I also think though that the offensive scheme that San Francisco runs, such heavy play action, they use a lot of, they have so many good players that it opens up things for other players like Ayuk. And so that's my only reservation with the like, is he a wide receiver one? I don't know, because he's never truly had to be a wide receiver one, I guess. Like he took on the role, but it didn't mean that if he was on a different team in a different situation, spread open, where there's not a lot of like linebackers pulled up and stuff, safeties coming down, 9-man boxes.
Yeah, but then you also have to look at if New England's moving towards a rookie quarterback, and obviously probably at least half, or if not most of the season will be with Jacoby Brissett. So it's a little different. But going forward, when you have a young quarterback, T. Higgins, his style of play is more so the jump ball, the deep ball.
Right.
It's not getting open in the short intermediate game, which is what a young quarterback probably needs.
Yeah.
And if you're going with a Drake May who can make plays, but we question, his consistency, making big throws and stuff. So he needs guys that can kind of help him go a couple yards and take some baby steps to start getting in the rhythm. He's not going to sling it like a Michael Penix, who he is great in the deep ball, but he struggles with the easy stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw in the national championship game how, he had some very beautiful deep balls and contested catches and all that good stuff. But he's missing on fourth down a wide open guy going to the end zone.
Yeah.
And he's missing an underneath route that's just nobody's near him. And he just sails it behind him. So those kinds of throws like is what suits best for, the style of quarterback that you need. And so if Michael Penix is the guy throwing it to T. Higgins, I'd probably rather have T.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I think, one thing we've talked about this whole time about Michael Penix is like the inconsistency. He came out first 3 games of the year and had like 1,300 passing yards, and he looked like there was no way he wasn't going to win the Heisman. After, week 8, you were like, okay, never mind. Like it's going the other way now all of a sudden. And other guys were obviously picking up, but, just being consistent in those games in the Pac-12 where he's playing good defenses against Texas, he looks like a top 5 pick.
Right.
But then you go to Michigan and he looks like, okay, I don't know if this guy's top 2 rounds. So just being more consistent for him is my biggest thing. And that's why he's really tied to the Raiders, and being a Raiders fan, that's fine, because I think we have a good situation for anybody. But getting the most out of him will be based on if we can get him to do it every down, every game, I think,
Yeah, I see Griff in the chat. He's asking, do each of you have a favorite move that you want to see? So without discussing, I'll let you go first. What is the match make that would make you happiest tonight?
Ooh. I think it has to be the Brock Bowers in the top 10. We have the Colts in our mock jumping up to 9 and getting him, and I think that would be because of, and we've had this conversation. You don't believe that he can be the same type of gadget guy there, but I actually think he could be, because I think, with his ability to block and stuff, putting him at H-back, letting him run split zone, and split zone just means that he's going to go across the line and block out on the D end or outside linebacker. Those types of things, because he has such an athletic quarterback, they can basically game plan around his type of play action. And I think it would be really fun to see him in a pro style similar to what Georgia did. And I think that would be my match made. I know what yours is. Go ahead.
Oh, you did?
I think so.
Okay. So one of I have 2 that are great fits. And it would be exciting because those 2 receivers that are not one of the big 3 need to have a situation that can help maximize their abilities. So one, I'll say Brian Thomas going to the Bengals.
Yeah.
I think would be very fun. He's a 4.33, 6'4" guy that just 78% catch rate.
Yep.
And he's a deep ball guy.
I know. It's crazy.
And on
Blows
top
my
of
mind.
that, he's an LSU guy, just like Jamar Chase, just like Joe Burrow.
Yep.
They lost Tyler Boyd. Presumably, they're going to lose T. Higgins. And they obviously, and in addition to that, if you're just going to overall skill group, they lost Joe Mixon, who's their longtime running back. So
Right.
they need bodies to help move the chains. And I think he could step in right away as a wide receiver too and be a very fun play, like a Tank Dell plus.
Yeah, of course.
Tank Dell, very exciting electric player, but he's 5'7".
Yeah.
Like he can only do so much, and he's probably more capable of maximizing his talents when he's got outside receivers. Now he's got Stephon and Nico.
Yeah.
So he can just run around the middle and break 70-yard touchdowns. Brian Thomas can make plays on his own.
Yep.
And in addition, if you have a top 3 receiver in the NFL alongside him, it would be very fun.
Yeah, I will say Brian Thomas, if you haven't watched our videos, he had 17 touchdowns this year.
Mm-hmm.
That is the most in the NCAA. So just know that that was the guy that was scoring more touchdowns. He scored more touchdowns than his teammate Malik Neighbors, who's going to go, top 6 minimum. So
yeah, and then the second one that I want to bring up, and it'll annoy people that are sick of the Chiefs being on top, but Xavier Worthy going to the Chiefs would be really, really fun for both sides because they've just been longing for a speedster that can just catch a bubble and just take it since Tyreek Hill left. And they've tried to replace him with Kadarius Toney, and he just can't stop dropping the football. He probably dropped it twice since we started the stream. McCole Hardman's gone back and forth.
Yeah.
Rashee Rice obviously has stepped into a role. One, that's not his style of play. And two, we don't know if he'll be available because of impending suspension due to a legal matter. MVS is gone. So they brought in Marquise Brown. He's a rental. So they need somebody to fit their mold. And they like the, get it out quick kind of play. Sky Moore's another one that just has not panned out
none of them
as a second rounder. So Xavier Worthy, the best place he could go is to Kansas City.
If we're talking about straight fit, Kansas City is by far the best for him.
The problem is
everywhere else he's probably not as good.
The problem is, despite us mocking him to the Chiefs at 32, he won't be there.
Yeah.
They've got to move up for him. So I've seen mocks having him go as high as 15.
Yeah.
It just kind of depends on who falls in love with him, but that 40 made him millions of dollars. And so somebody, whether it's warranted or not, they fell in love with him enough to where he will be drafted higher than he probably should.
Yeah.
But it'll depend on the fit, because if he goes to somewhere like Indianapolis, that's a run heavy team.
He won't be very productive.
It won't. I don't think that's a good fit for him.
Yeah.
Which apparently they're targeting a pass catcher moving up, whether that be a Bowers or a Rome / Neighbors if they're falling. So
Brian Thomas.
So
I do have one more that I didn't say before. I think that the combination, because we talk about this, and I saw Nick in the chat, he said, just so I can say it, May or JJ, let's go Vikings. We're going to take Drake May over JJ 100%. But if they do trade with Minnesota and Minnesota goes to 5 and the Chargers go to 11, my favorite fit is Fuaga out of Oregon State there. Because if y'all know Jim Harbaugh, and if anybody here watched Michigan play last year, they want to hand the ball off 40 times. Well, that guy is a mauler. And so if we get, Jim Harbaugh with Fuaga at 11, and they're going to run the ball down people's throats, that's going to be fun because he's ready strength-wise and all that stuff to do that. So just wanted to say that. Nick, going on from your question, though, Drake May is the more talented player between the two. I have my reservations with JJ. Basically with JJ, if you watch I want everybody after this stream to go watch JJ's film. Watch his highlights. Tell me whose highlights they are. Tell me they're not Roman Wilson highlights. Tell me they're not everybody else's highlights, jumping over people and catching the ball. I know that he didn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
But that's what worries me more than actually, because if he had to go win a game, that would be one thing. He never had to go win his own game. And when he did against TCU, we talked about this the other day. What did he throw? 2 interceptions and a pick 6, basically, and did not play well enough to beat TCU when they were by far favored and better. So,
yeah. So, real quick thing I want to point out: Chicago officially on the clock. The draft has started. It's past 7 o'clock, so we're getting going. 10 people watching right now. We appreciate every single one of you. Keep the comments, likes coming. I see 10 of y'all here and only 2 likes, so that math is not mathing.
Well, I got 5 likes, but
something's wrong. Either way. So yeah, we have let's start with Chicago.
Yeah.
Obviously on the clock. We all know who they're going with. Fun fact, in their entire 80 plus year history, never have once had a 4,000-yard passer.
Oh.
Never once has had a quarterback throw for 30 touchdowns. And what's funny is Caleb Williams going in there and throwing for 30 touchdowns and 4,000 yards is probably a little underwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Based on the hype.
Yeah,
it's crazy to think about from a perspective. So, yeah, it's exciting for Chicago. We have a Chicago Bear fan.
Yeah,
not sure if he's in the stream yet, but yeah, I know Chicago Bears fans have been looking for you. If you hear draft analysts that are talking about Sid Luckman, he's a quarterback way back when. Since then, really only Jay Cutler, who talented guy that just seemed like
Kyle Orton was there.
Kyle Orton was there for a little bit. Yeah,
he was the best that I can think of.
Yeah,
out of all their quarterbacks,
unless you want to count Rex Grossman.
I mean, and I know that people are still Justin Fields fans. I mean, don't write him off. He just needed something.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's sometimes things just don't work out. Like it doesn't always have to be, oh, I didn't get my fair shot.
Right.
Sometimes it's like, listen, we missed it. We know we did, but we're going to give you the best place to succeed. And that's what they did. So Chicago did not get great compensation for him. Conditional 5th rounder. So they obviously, we thought early on in this offseason that they were going to get a 2.
Yeah.
But on top of the talent and whether or not he can develop as a quarterback, you also have to pay him now. Like his 5th-year option is due soon. Mm-hmm. And Pittsburgh took a chance and they declined his option.
Yeah, they declined it. Yeah.
So that means that he is a UFA this offseason. And so that probably gives more urgency for him to start earlier, because you have to know, is he the guy, or in 2025, this time next year, am I targeting another guy?
Yeah, I think so. I just grabbed the roster so I can get everybody, but man, this roster is pretty stacked. Like I'm looking at it again, like this is a stacked roster. Their O-line, pretty young, really solid. Bring in DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore last year, and then Keenan Allen. Mm-hmm. And we actually weren't sure going into last fantasy season if we wanted Keenan Allen on our teams, but he kind of had a resurgence. And so I just think that this is a team that, and everybody can bookmark this because we both believe this, but the Bears are going to be in the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
And they are going to be and that, of course, in turn means that Caleb Williams is a success.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't play that well, he's taking a team that hasn't been to the playoffs in a long time to the playoffs. So he's obviously automatically a success, but they also have a good defense, somewhat good defense.
And another top 10 pick, just for the record. But
yeah,
real quick, in case you don't, for some reason, believe the playoff thing. Well, they were 7-10 last year, right? 8-9, 9-8 is probably going to get at least a wild card in the
NFC.
Yeah. So let's run through their opponents next year. Obviously, their schedule's not set until 2 weeks from now, I believe. But you got the Cardinals away, the Panthers, worst team in the NFL last year, home.
Yes.
Detroit, obviously, home and away. Green Bay, home and away. Houston away, probably a loss. Colts away, very winnable game.
Mm-hmm.
And in a dome. Jacksonville at home, doesn't scare you. Rams at home, I mean, probably a pick 'em.
Yeah.
Vikings, they always split with the Vikings. You can ask Nick in the chat if they do or not. Patriots at home, top 3 pick. San Fran, probably a loss. Seattle, home,
Could be a win.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And then you got Tennessee at home.
that's probably a win.
Commanders at away. They're the second pick in the draft. That's their schedule.
Yep. I think that. Well, it also,
So
it has to do with the fact that they were fourth in their division, and
Yeah.
when you're last in your division, you actually play an easier schedule.
Mhm.
You play the last place teams from every other division.
yeah, so the way scheduling works, in case you're unfamiliar, every 4 years you play the entire division, 2 home, 2 away, and it's a rotation like that. You play 6 games, 3 home, 3 away in your division, right? So that is, what is that?
That-
6, 10,
So yeah, it's 10.
10 games in your schedule.
Yeah.
Oh, 14 because you play 2 divisions
Right,
fully,
right.
So 14. Now that they're 17, you play the same, whoever finishes the same place as you in 3 different divisions. So if Chicago was a 4th place team, they play the 4th place team in the AFC East.
Yep.
And the NFC East, NFC South.
Yep.
That's why they're playing Commanders, Panthers, Patriots, who were the first, second, and third worst teams last year, which probably won't be the case this year. However, their line is set at 8.5. So that's just winning record or not.
Yep.
And they're gonna be a playoff team for sure.
It looks like they're about to start the draft. Eminem's on the stage, and Roger Goodell. They're apparently 2 hours before the draft started. There were 150,000 people in attendance. That is awesome.
Mhm.
I can't wait to be there.
One day that'll be a goal that we could be live streaming and doing this at the draft somewhere.
Exactly.
That would be ultimate goal. Who knows?
But with that being said, the Bears have a really good team, and we should expect them to make the playoffs, look a lot better. With that, they're going to have another pick, like you said, in number 9 overall. But one thing I will say is they only have 4 picks in this entire draft, and they're all coming in the top 150.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that makes them possibly want to move back at 9, and that's something we did in our mock, because adding picks is going to help them fill out their roster better.
Ever since, and I've said this on other mocks, ever since they traded for Keenan Allen, I didn't think that was the right move for them. I think they would have been better off picking the wide receiver 3 in this class. Age, money, all that. 10 years younger, 5 times as cheaper. It makes more sense, especially when you're just looking for a compliment. But everybody still is, for the most part, we look at the 9th pick, wide receiver, tackle, wide receiver. And the tackle is Olufashino, who played in high school with Caleb Williams. So there's the tie there. And so people are putting that. But we actually have them trading back because we're like, they need pass rushers. They need edge rushers. I know they brought in Montez Sweat, but production just hasn't been there getting to the quarterback. They have a decent secondary, but you can't do it if you can't get to the quarterback. So a couple people agree with that sentiment. We saw Dallas Turner mocked there in a couple, and then we also a few agree with us in terms of the Byron Murphy pick. That was one that I said in the final mock that was a me pick because Emory just didn't see it happening this high. But
it's maybe it's just because, and I don't mean to be, I know there's some Texas fans in the chat, but that doesn't necessarily, Texas players in this draft did not produce the way we expect first rounders to produce. Adonai Mitchell, AD Mitchell had 845 receiving yards, 9 touchdowns, nothing spectacular. Xavier Worthy had right over 1,000 receiving yards, nothing spectacular. Jatavion Sanders, 400 and something. It's and then Byron Murphy had, what was it, 5? Was it 2 sacks or 5 sacks? I can't remember.
Byron Murphy?
Yeah.
5.
5, right?
Yeah,
okay.
5
So
and a half.
Tavondre had 2. But 5.5 is not spectacular for a guy that is considered a pass rush specialist. So that's
Jerson Newton he's our D lineman 1.
Yeah.
Because he had the production in addition to the pass or the rush, the pressures. And I know pressures isn't a box score stat that people can see on a surface if they're just looking at a box score, but it's all about important. But at the same time, we still need you to get there.
Yeah, exactly. And my other thing is like Texas can be predicated on whatever. They did make the playoffs. They were the number 3 team in the nation, but they still kind of underperformed based on the talent that the team had this year. They, didn't look good in certain games. And these guys, you want to see them step up. One guy that we always talk about is stepping up, A.D. Mitchell. You love his stats because he just knows how to score in the red zone. 8 out of 9 touchdowns in the red zone 8 out of 9 receptions went for touchdowns. His one that he did not catch was, everybody knows it. It was at the Washington game. It got swatted, and then the next play, I think he scored. So it wasn't like he made up for it, obviously. But yeah, I just wish I wish they could be more productive when I'm looking at the box scores.
Right.
When you have other players with 1,700 receiving yards, damn near. So.
Yep.
9 minutes.
So I know I said it earlier. I guess there was a little bit of a delay getting started, but Bears officially now on the clock. Every team has 10 minutes from when a team automatically turns in the card. That's who we're picking, and then the clock starts. So this is a formality at this point. They're giving a couple minutes to have that draft call, have that moment, and probably in the next 2 or 3 minutes, the pick will be considered in, and then Washington will be on the clock. And we'll see if they go with the chalk that has become a heavy favorite now.
Yeah, look, what I'm watching on the screen is basically Caleb Williams highlights. It hasn't even been said if it's him. He's talking right now about it to his phone, laughing and whatnot. I'm sure he's going to Chicago. He met with, what's the GM's name? I'm sorry, for Chicago. Ryan
Poles.
Ryan Poles. Yeah. Today they had like an interview with him, and he was like trying not to chuckle.
Yeah.
When they talked about him, because everybody knows.
I mean, it's kind of similar. I mean, we have a couple Spurs fans in here, including myself. But when the Spurs won the lottery, and you got our representative slamming the table saying "Let's go" before they're announced as winning the lottery, and then Brian Wright, the GM, is just like, "Oh yeah, whoever we get, hopefully they can help us out a little bit." Yeah, you're taking Victor.
Yeah, it's not even a question.
Caleb is the same way. We have a couple of Patriots friends that 1 year ago today, when we were like, "Hey, we're hoping to get Victor," and they're like, "Hey, yeah, we're gonna be bad this year. Hopefully, we can just be tanking and lucking to Caleb Williams." You almost did.
Yeah,
you were so close.
Well, I was gonna say, if the Chicago Bears can get the same production out of Caleb Williams that the Spurs are getting out of Wemby right now, I mean, Wemby's been amazing this year, and if they can get that same production, they're going to possibly win the Super Bowl.
The difference is San Antonio had one of the worst and youngest rosters. Chicago already has a probably, I would consider, upper half in the NFC overall roster, probably in the 6 to 8 range. Maybe after we let the draft play out and we can reassess and do some power rankings for you guys, and then we'll see how we feel about the roster at that point. But again, they're a playoff team this year.
Yeah. I mean, after these draft grades are going to come out, I basically don't know how to grade the Caleb Williams pick, because, I mean, I guess you could grade the trade from last year. It was a perfect trade.
Yeah.
It all worked out. And I don't really understand Carolina moving up, other than the fact that, they needed to do something now so they didn't lose their jobs.
It wouldn't look as bad if they ended up going with CJ Stroud.
Right, of course.
But at the same time,
we don't productive there.
Yeah, because I know you had Adam Thielen, and we viewed him as a better prospect than Bryce Young, but you're still throwing to Adam Thielen and
Jonathan Mingo,
who I never liked coming out.
Yeah, he went too high.
I mean, Terrace Marshall.
DJ Shark's gone, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't even know who the number 2 is anymore. So
it
kind of tells you everything.
Which now, remember, they have Deontay Johnson, so hopefully that'll help him out a little bit. But yeah, so that's kind of the move that they made. It was pretty rich, probably too rich, but it just depends on the perspective of the quarterback. So
yeah, I have one more question. Griffin said, also heard that Trey Hendrickson demanded a trade. Where do you think he will go? Trey Hendrickson basically demanded the trade so that he could have some more security.
Right.
I completely understand that.
The problem is he signed a bad deal last year.
Yeah.
And he had a career year, 17.5 sacks. And then now he wants more money, which if you have your best year of your entire life, do you not ask your boss, "Hey, I want a raise"?
Yeah.
Look at what I just did. Yeah, he's one of the best edge rushers.
He's
Probably most underrated.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's too early to even predict where he would go. I just think, is it a yes or no on whether he'll be in Cincinnati? Probably I would lean yes.
I would say yes.
I would lean yes right now. But it's still way too early. Usually there's always about 3 to 5 guys. Last year it was mostly running backs because of the nobody got extensions. Everybody got tagged. Saquon, Josh Jacobs, Austin Eckler, Tony Pollard, and so on. So, and then Jonathan Taylor was holding out because, representing them and still on his rookie. He wants to get paid early, and
which I get.
So that was more of a positional, like, I guess not revolt, but a strike, so to say. Didn't last that long. Nobody ended up, holding out into the season. But normally there's about 3 to 5 individuals that will hold out looking for a new deal. Picks
in. Here we go.
But yeah, just to finish my thought real quick, usually you would have an idea at this point, but all the guys that were franchise tagged have been extended other than T. Higgins. And we know that he's on the trade block. So,
yep. I will say, though, he kind of puts that Cincinnati defense together, kind of like what I would think DeMarcus Lawrence does for Dallas. Like, he's that glue.
Right.
And losing him would be a really big hit, considering they did just downgrade at D tackle, which we've talked about multiple times on the show, that they're paying another guy that's not as good to play D tackle for them for the same price as what walked. So it's like one of those things. It's like you have to keep some players like Trey Hendrickson on your team. I do have in the chat, Raven says we need to get black game time discussion hoodies and hats. I actually, if Cam you can reach him real quick. Yeah, grab him real quick. Let's see. Got some shirts, and then we do have some hats. So
if you would keep them right side in.
That's my fault. I messed that up.
So got the logo right there. It's prototype. Mrs. Mama Cuzzy is working on getting us some merch so we can stop wearing our same attire in every episode like I do, because I only have like 6 shirts. Here we go.
And then here it is. They're walking out. Let's see it. We're probably behind.
Caleb Williams.
Yep. Caleb Williams.
Going to Chicago. Did not see that coming.
Nope.
So again, if you looked at our spreadsheet to start, we all started with a green line, because we're doing somewhat of a contest, just kind of a comparison. We like to do this with well-known mockers, correct pick, position targeted, kind of. It's like a ranking system on how your mock went. So if you're going to have the correct match and pick, 2 points. Correct position targeted. So if Chicago went Drake May for some reason, we get 1 point for getting the right position, wrong guy.
Right. Yeah. And this was, like I said, it's minus 10,000 at this point.
You had to bet $1,000 to win $5.
Yep. So don't worry about that. Was obviously a thing. Caleb Williams apparently has the same birthday as me and Raven. So that's cool. I did not know that. He is a Scorpio like the rest of our group.
Yep.
But
right on.
Yep. He's going to Chicago. He's going to be a Bear, and our friend Scott and all of his buddies that are from Chicago should be very happy about this. So look at that. That's awesome.
So I see a question from Raven Jones. How do you guys feel about the Caleb Williams versus Spencer Rattler situation in Oklahoma?
Who do you want to start? So go ahead.
So I'll take it from the start. Spencer Rattler, way back when, before Caleb Williams even had a snap in college football, was the future projected number 1 overall pick. Former 5-star recruit. He was this, that, and the other. We like Tanner Mordecai, his backup.
It wasn't. It should have never been his backup. Is to me.
Yes, we liked him more. But then Tanner Mordecai transfers because they're both the same class, and he goes to SMU, kills it. Spencer Rattler struggles to start the year, and then gets into the Red River game against Texas, and then they're down 3 scores, and they bench him. And Caleb Williams, in his first ever half of football, throws for 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, comeback win, in the biggest game of the year
after that.
And so, he earned the job, and then Spencer Rattler kicked rocks. So he, I think he had to be humbled a little bit, just because there was questions about his character, his attitude. It felt like it was more about me rather than the team
Right.
kind of thing with him. And so, him going to South Carolina, haven't heard a ton, and he's actually, they were formidable this year. At times we're ranked in the top 25. So,
yeah, and he did better
and
with less,
mhm.
right? So he had
and
a bad
now
O-line.
and now after we have the top 6 quarterbacks after Bo Nix, QB7, it's Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
He's just kind of a forgotten name. It depends, but I expect him to go in day 2 somewhere, whether that be late second, early third. Somebody give him a chance. There's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks, and whether it be a team like the Rams, who have an older veteran or something of that nature, is somebody that he could sit a year.
Mm-hmm.
Or if Denver, for example, don't want to take the leap on a quarterback and then they trade out and just want to build their team, that's a good fit, et cetera and so on. So he'll have a spot somewhere. We'll just kind of see what he does with his role.
So I do want to say one thing. I know that Raven, you're probably also talking about the fact that Caleb Williams, his freshman year, after he graduated early from high school, came in and said that he was a better quarterback during the spring with Spencer Rattler. Now, I'm going to tell y'all, I wasn't there or anything, but I have a feeling that that's probably true. I don't think that his words were like, I'm deciding that I'm better because I'm just a competitor and I am telling you I'm better. No, I think that, he showed that he was better when it came to like the season and stuff. I think they were probably close for the fact that, Caleb Williams didn't know the system and things like that. But I do think that Caleb Williams already had the better arm talent and was a good athlete, that he could consider himself better. And then he went and showed it. So I know a lot of analysts are like, well, why did you go to Oklahoma? You knew you were going to be behind the projected number 1 overall. Well, he went to Oklahoma because first off, he went to compete. He wanted to go to a team that he thought could win at a very high level. And they had, in previous years, they had multiple good quarterbacks, Baker, Kyler, Jalen Hurts, and Lincoln Riley is one of the best quarterback coaches. So he wanted to play for him. And then when he got there, he probably was talented enough to be on top of that depth chart. So that's kind of my thoughts on it.
So yeah, jumping off, Caleb Williams finishing up his interview. Suddenly, Washington still has 3 minutes on the clock. Surprised they haven't at least said the pick is in. We saw that their draft party was on the phone. We'll see what happens. We assume they're going to go one direction.
Thank you, Zach. We appreciate your kind gesture. Yeah, I think Washington, they're going quarterback. It's up to them to decide who. We know what we would do in this room, but we aren't blessed to be in the war room with Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn right now. So we would, if we did it, it would be Jaden Daniels. We think that
the pick is officially in. So
pick is in. Yeah. So if it was us, we'd pick Jaden Daniels because we think, he coached Kyler. He had those style of players that are good athletes, can move, not necessarily the greatest arm, but very comparable arm, especially when they're off platform, which basically means when they're moving and having to throw across their body and doing things like that. Kyler, Jaden kind of do both of those things. And I know a lot of people give Kyler a lot of crap, but Kyler was a first overall pick, so in 2019. So Jaden is going number 2, most likely. And I think it's a good fit overall. He's also walking into one of the best situations of these young quarterbacks. You have Jahan Dotson, a former first rounder. You have Terry McLaurin, a true number 1 in this league. And then you have now Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler in the backfield, plus some really young tight ends. So you have a really good skill group ready for him when he gets there.
Right.
Or whoever gets there, I guess.
Yep. So we'll see. Here comes Roger Goodell right now.
Okay. Here we go. Slow walking. Look at him go. Come on. All right. Looks like pick is in, and Jaden Daniels. Number 2. That's exactly what we thought, So
we are perfect through 2 picks.
Hey, I'll take it.
Man, tell you what.
So basically, when we do these mock drafts, we're kind of shooting to get, 25 to 40%. Like that's the range. If you get anything better than that, you're basically amazing.
25% is pretty.
Yeah,
great.
8 out of 32.
8 out of 32. And that's in terms of player to team combinations, correct? In terms of position targeted, if you get over 50%, it's probably a good day. I think it's going to be tough today just because there is going to be a ton of chaos once these quarterbacks are off the board. As soon as New England, on the board now, taking Drake May, outside chance JJ McCarthy, but going to be a quarterback, we're going to see, oh my God, when's that trade coming? I know we're going to have a Minnesota Viking fan in the chat saying,
yeah, he's freaking out.
Don't trade 3 first-round picks,
No, send them all and get Drake May right here in this next one.
So,
and then actually we have a Patriots fan in the chat, so this is also big.
And I just realized so many fans that we got in the chat. Quarterback needy teams. You got Raiders, you got Vikings, you got Patriots, you got Broncos.
You need a backup over there at Dallas,
or starter,
or soon next year's starter. But yeah, so yeah, lots of teams that need the most important position in football. It looks like Griffin, our Patriots fan, is getting excited in the chat. Yep, we got all kinds of people in this chat that, except for I think there's some Texans fans that are okay with their quarterback currently.
Yeah, that's probably the exception, right?
Yeah.
So, but this time again last year, they were the laughing stock, and that just kind of shows how quick and how great parity is in the NFL because you can go from worst to first so quickly, and that's what I love about this sport.
Yeah, and especially because we set it up where it's affirmative action, like based on. If you're the best team, you get the last pick. You don't get they don't allow you to get better, insanely better each year unless you're just constantly hitting. There's a few teams that do a pretty good job in the draft. The Raiders are not one of them. We are historically the worst. I don't think there's another team
at least in the last decade.
So,
we got to go at least back to 2005.
Yeah. I think this move.
Maybe we need a whole episode dedicated to the failures in the 21st century.
Oh yeah, take me back. Put me on the hot seat. Yeah. Oh my gosh, there was a lot of drafts where I'm just like waiting, and then just like, no way.
And so when we talk about positional needs, sometimes we're just like, just go get the quarterback. Quarterback actually has one of the worst hit rates in terms of the first round because of the reach that people take. And guys that select quarterbacks get guys that aren't ready to go.
Yeah.
Go back to 2007. Jamarcus Russell goes first to the Raiders. Listen, no. It's just an example. There's plenty of others, but as we're talking about it, but it pales in comparison.
Yeah.
You have Jamarcus Russell, second pick, Calvin Johnson.
Yes.
Calvin Johnson is the best receiver in the last 25 years. And it's crazy to see. Like, obviously, y'all need a receiver, but y'all were way more desperate for a quarterback.
Yeah.
But a guy that you viewed as surefire went ahead and went with, and he did not pan out. It didn't even last 3 full seasons.
Yeah, he should have been tackle at the end of the day.
And then Calvin Johnson, before he was 35 years old, is first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
So
sometimes just taking good players is normally best player available. That's why.
So and that's what kind of gives me cause to pause because there's 5 to maybe 6 quarterbacks in this first round that are going to be selected. We view about 5 or 6 guys total as surefire things in the first round. And somebody like Marvin Harrison, who's our number 1 prospect, New England needs receivers bad, but they also need a quarterback. And so they're going to take a quarterback, and it just kind of depends on the situation, how patient they are. Because if you rush it, you're going to be in the same spot 3 years later. And meanwhile, Marvin Harrison's going to be a top 10 receiver putting up 1,200-yard seasons, and you're going to wish you had that.
Yeah.
Which obviously, now if there's I don't think we've come across official on any kind of Brandon Ayuk trade yet.
Pick is in.
We'll see. Pick is in. So no trade.
I guess not. Well, they might. I don't think they introduced the trade when they get up there. So I think it already has to be done before, right?
No.
It can be done as he announces it.
Well, oh, you're right. Sorry,
yeah. So
sorry
yeah,
about
the
that.
trade will be told to us.
The team will be swapped before the clock runs out and
Yes.
says the pick is in.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, misunderstood you right there. So
let's see.
But yeah,
Cue
so
the booze.
we think that this is Drake May. Let's
be
see if they
honest.
go.
The Patriots always pick their guy, and their guy is not always the one that I expect. So Cole Strange in a couple drafts, weren't expecting him to go there.
And so this is where the fun begins too. So
it's gonna be crazy.
Roger Goodell coming right now. Let's see if they go with.
Let's see if they chalk. The Patriots select North Carolina quarterback Drake May at 3.
Drake May.
So there you go. 3
for 3 to start the draft.
And I think that was one of the easiest ways to start that we've had in a really long time. If even in January, and I only remember this because I was so excited about it. We went to the bowling alley. We were bowling, and I came up to you and I was like, "Hey, Jaden Daniels is going number 2," and you were like, "It's possible right now." I mean, at that point, he was not even really considered top 6, probably.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, he just starts building steam, and then he goes number 2. It was just, it was a hunch because of the fact that he was so dynamic, and Cliff Kingsbury just got there.
Right. Yeah. So Drake May, the newest New England Patriot.
Let's see.
Prototypical size, but what I can just stress to Patriots fans that we have in the stream, as well as around the world, be patient.
Yeah,
don't clamor in September. Hey, why isn't Drake May starting over Jacoby Brissett? I promise you, it's worth the wait. Ask our Packer fans if they're fine with Jordan Love sitting 2.5, 3 seasons. Like, obviously, they probably would have wanted him after another year because it's not like Jacoby Brissett and Aaron Rodgers are not in the same ballpark. But it's the situation of, listen, we're not ready to win yet. We're still going to be a bottom 5 AFC team. Let's continue to get better. And then maybe if he gets hurt, you can step in. If later in the season we got nothing to play for and we're just going to give you a look, like, let's see where the chips fall.
Right.
Maybe if you have an easier stretch at the end of December, January, if you got that stretch of Chicago and, the Jets and et cetera and so on, maybe you throw them in for a couple of starts. But, you can't rush it.
We have another fan probably a little bit worried right now. The Vikings aren't on the clock, but we have seen this next 2 picks. I believe one of the 2 teams will be trading back and switching with the Vikings. It's just too much buzz currently around JJ McCarthy. And if you want JJ McCarthy, you might have to jump in front of New York, which is crazy to say considering they have a contract with Daniel Jones, but that might be what happens here, and we'll see JJ McCarthy go at 4 or 5. So here we go.
Yeah. So
let's see.
On the clock. I don't know why Tom's not going for Arizona yet, but picks already been announced. We're just kind of going through the board. So again, chalky start. Everybody had the same. Caleb Williams 1 to Chicago, Jaden Daniels 2 to Washington, and then Drake May falling 3 to New England. Everybody's 3 for 3, but we're happy to be one of those people. What's cool about it is that while some were back and forth between May and Daniels all offseason, or if New England was going to trade out or in, this was our mock from the start.
Yeah, we have had
this since we started our first episode. When we were talking the draft. So that feels good about all the work that we put in and the scouting and the reports that we've skimmed through, and it feels good. So still no trade yet. Could be a 4-for-4 start, and maybe we'll just kind of see what happens there. We're gonna have to have a trade start if we're gonna stay perfect after the 4th pick. So
in our original, like our 1.0 and our final, so we actually put out 4 total mock drafts.
What would we do?
And
then 3 total versions of our draft.
So in our 1.0, we had the first 3 quarterbacks, Marvin Harrison, and then the trade to the Chargers. And then in our final mock draft, we did the same exact thing. So basically we could have this from the beginning of the offseason have the first 5 right.
Yep.
And Dan actually Malik Neighbors, it would be 6. We could get 6 right. So
we'll
see.
Which a lot of people are the same way, so we can't take too much credit. However, with all the people saying a run on JC Latham going earlier than expected, I mean, that's going to throw a wrench in us for sure.
Yeah.
But again, same position. That's not something that it may be a different guy that we're not expecting, but we've been on since the beginning that they were going to take a tackle, and not a receiver a lot.
Right.
I feel like Marvin Harrison Jr. was the exception. It was not plan A.
Well, the pick is in.
Yep, pick is in for Arizona. So it seems like they're going to go with a receiver here. Very likely Marvin Harrison Jr. But obviously they are not going with J.J. McCarthy.
No,
and I would be very shocked if it was a tackle because they, signed Jonah Williams. They just drafted Paris Johnson last year after trading back and then trading back up into the top 10. I thought that there'd be a chance that they would be a team that somebody would trade up to 4 to get JJ, and then they'd move back up to get the wide receiver 3.
Yeah.
But it looks like they might be settling on the first wide receiver. And here comes Roger Goodell now.
So I will say, I'll do it after the pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got Bailey Gerard entering the chat.
Looks
Here we go.
like,
4th pick.
Yep. Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona fans, I know Dustin.
Stand up, baby.
Yeah, Dustin is in our chat. Arizona fan, and he should be very happy about this pick. That's the number 1 player on our big board.
Yep.
Goes a little bit later than probably should have, just because of the fact that quarterbacks are the most important position in football, and like you said earlier, if Drake May doesn't pan out or Jaden Daniels doesn't pan out, they might be kicking themselves that Marvin Harrison went 2 picks later.
That's exactly why I brought up the Calvin Johnson. I apologize for your feelings, but
it's okay.
That's sometimes it's you pick the best available guy. Kyler Murray starts of his career. It's probably been a B. Yeah. I would say. I mean, he had it's been up and down. Obviously, last year after the talent depletion, getting rid of DeAndre Hopkins, also coming off of ACL and missing the first half of the year, you weren't expecting him to just come back and be a Pro Bowler or even flirt with the playoffs. But again, this year, Arizona, the number 1 overall graded draft capital.
Yep.
They have another first round. We will be talking about them later in the draft. Maybe they trade up again.
Yeah, they have tons of draft capital behind that.
Exactly.
So they could be like, oh, we really want to move up and grab a cornerback because there's some good corners in this class.
Defensive interior lineman, edge.
Their front 7 is depleted, and they need to work on that.
Or interior line.
Yeah.
So
also, I want to say this is what I was going to say before he picked. This is a pretty good skill group all of a sudden. You look at it. We don't necessarily love James Conner, but he just continues to do it
somehow.
I don't know how. He's old and I don't know how he has any knees left, but he just continues to make plays. Michael Wilson was a solid wide receiver last year. He'll be a solid number 2. And then Trey McBride, really good young tight end, was my favorite tight end in that class. Very good pass catcher.
Right.
But then Zach Ertz comes in and he had a little bit hard time getting going. As soon as Zach Ertz is gone, all of a sudden Trey McBride is catching 9 balls at the end of the year. So they have a solid position core on offense.
Yeah. They're a sneaky team. I don't predict a worst to first. We're going to come out with a video that predicts because every single year for the last 20 years, there's been a team that picks in the top 10 that made the playoffs.
Yeah.
And on top of that, there's a long chain of worst to first teams, high success rate of having at least 1, sometimes even 2 or 3. Arizona, I don't expect them to be first in their division.
Yeah.
But being a playoff team, if you're telling me all you got to do is get to 8 and 9 and you have Kyler Murray, and that's completely reasonable to assume. It just kind of depends on who is in that wild card race, because you're going to have teams like New Orleans and Seattle, and Dallas will be in that wild card race, and Chicago, Green Bay, or Detroit, whoever's coming out as the second place in that division, because that's one of the best in football. So, it's a lot of excitement for Arizona. They have a lot of capital I'm a Cowboy fan, but I'd much rather be in their situation.
Yeah, and I will say, we keep getting chats about this outfit that Marvin Harrison is wearing. It is very shiny and sparkly, and I do enjoy it. I don't know, so I'm sure all the football fans in the chat will know, but his dad and scouts and everybody told him not to do the combine and not to do pro days and all this stuff, because when you're at the top of the mountain like he is, and he's, to me, one of the best receivers I've seen or scouted, you just don't want to knock yourself down in any way. You just want to stay up there, and people try to knock him down, but his film is just awesome. So yeah, if 4 minutes left on the Chargers clock,
and no trade yet. One thing I do want to say, I just noticed that we hit 20 viewers. Only see 10 likes. Please like, comment, subscribe. We've been going 69 minutes strong. We're gonna keep on going all night. We got some, our Mr. and Mrs. Cuzzy. Yeah, glasses right there. I'm taking the role as Mrs. Cousin tonight, Taylor. So we're gonna try to hang out with y'all as much as we can. Try to be entertaining. Try to be fun. But keep those likes and comments coming. Let's kind of build this community. It's a different roll and ride for us. We appreciate the support so far. Let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, I mean, we're live streaming for the first time ever. It'll get better. I'll figure out how to use all the different tools and stuff on the live stream, and we'll make it more pretty, I guess is the best way to put it. Make it like nicer looking. But otherwise, I mean, we're going to give you the content no matter what.
Right.
Sit here and tell you everything we think, and possibly too much at times. But hey, we're this is what we do. This is what we like to do. So yeah, 20 viewers. So, absolutely.
Let's keep it going. Hopefully we grow. I know we've gotten 6 subscribers today, which is a personal best in terms of just a daily gain. Our goal is to be at least by 100 at the end of the year, and hopefully more. It's only been 2 months and we're almost halfway there. So who knows how it can just kind of go. One of the funniest moments so far of this process is there's an NFL reporter named Warren Sharp, and over 600 or 6 figures worth of followers.
Yeah.
And we made a random comment. It wasn't even something that it was that informative, but just reacting to something he said, and he retweeted it and got over 45,000 views. And that was pretty cool, because you just never know when you're going to be noticed. So that's why you just have to keep on putting out content and venting your thoughts out loud. Something that I've kind of learned doing.
Yeah, I will say, I want to put this out there, like, because this is our 2-month anniversary. We started
today,
the 25th of February, doing this. So we have not been here doing this long enough. I mean, if y'all have watched our old videos, you saw the old room, and now we're in this new room.
Yeah. I'm not hunched over.
Yeah.
My posture can be
I appreciate my wife for allowing me to tear apart our house. And, sooner or later we'll have cool things on the wall. We'll have all of our football stuff up, because like, this is a long time thing. We don't expect this to be short. We want it to be, a community that can, have these conversations, watching all y'all add into the comments, keep asking questions. If you're a Chargers fan, ask us about what you think or what we think. And like, we just really appreciate y'all being here and communicating with us and having a conversation rather than just us talking.
Yeah. We love y'all more than you ever could know.
Yeah, for real.
We appreciate it. So, but yeah, breaking news: the pick is in. No trade up into the top 5. The Chargers stayed put.
Joe Alt.
And they are going tackle. It just depends on who. We suspected, there'd be a flirtation with Joe Alt if they did stay put. But a lot of people like Jano Jeremiah, Peter Schrager, and others, have them targeting J.C. Latham. Again, we told you earlier, we have a little bit of a discrepancy between how we view him versus the public does. And while it's a great fit, you just feel like they would go in and get some more assets, but maybe the asking price was a little too high.
Yeah. And I will say one thing that we're going to have to talk about is a lot of people want them to go wide receiver. And the reason not to go for wide receiver, just so everybody gets a cool idea of like what this like draft is about. The wide receiver class is super deep. There's like 22 guys that could go in the first 2 rounds. So you want to make sure that also you get, because there's not as many tackles. It's a deep tackle class, but you have to get your guy at tackle there's 3 guys that we could see happening here probably. Joe Alt, he's our bona fide number 1 tackle. Dude's a stud, 6'9" to 320 pounds.
Former tight end
athlete kind of guy. And then there's our favorite guy that we talked about earlier, Fuaga, who plays right tackle, and that's what they need. They need a right tackle, but I think Joel could move if he had to. But Fuaga is the run blocking, just mean, nasty player that you want to see coming out. And then you have one other, JC Latham, as Cam said, that we have a little bit of discrepancy on, but he's also kind of more of a run blocking style. Mm-hmm. I just don't see the pass blocking ability.
Yep. So here we go. Roger walking out now. So the pick is in. Very likely it's a tackle. If it's a receiver, we can eat our words. But let's hear what he's got to say.
They tried. No trade. Let's see it.
Joe Alt.
Yep.
We told you all.
That's the right move.
And by that, I mean, everybody is wrong that Joe Alt is not going to the Chargers. However, we were very early on. If they're staying put, it's Joe Alt.
Well, and the other thing is, in our What Would We Do draft, this is the guy.
Right.
This is who we would enormous. I love that description of him. 6'8", 5'8".
Yeah.
That is amazing. But we saw this a long time ago, and we believe, if you think about who Jim Harbaugh is, he wants to run the ball. And getting, a guy like Joe Alt who did so well. And I don't know if y'all know this name, but you should know this name for later on in the draft. He's one of our favorite players. His name's Audric Estime. And Audric is the running back for Notre Dame. He had 1,400 plus yards, and he ran behind Joe Alt, I want to say 60% of his rushes.
Yep.
So that should tell you everything you need to know about Joe Alt. He is the guy that clears the way, paves the road, and he's exciting. So I love this pick.
Now, again, nobody had in the 10 total mocks, including ours that we have up, nobody had Joe Alt going. And the only reason that we did not have Joe Alt going here is primarily because we had them trading back. If you told us, hey, they're staying at 5, who are they picking? We would have said Joe Alt. And we actually, to correct you from an earlier point you made, in our 1.0, we had Joe Alt going.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, perfect.
We had the Giants going Rome, and then Malik Neighbors going 9 to Chicago. That was prior to Keenan Allen's trade.
Right.
But most people, regardless, we pick Fuaga going to tackle. We're going to get 1 point for similar or the same position, different player. Everybody that picked JC Latham that was incorrect about that still get the 1 point. There's only 2 guys that had differences, and that was Joel Klatt, who had them trading back and going brought Bowers, and then Bleacher Report, who is the worst of the analysts. As a consensus, they had Malik Neighbors going 5, which was never going to be the pick.
Right. And that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, well,
mic drop.
Yeah, right. No, but we believed it should be Joel Alt. That was the thing I'm trying to explain. Like our 1.0 was who we really thought would go there. Our final mock draft has to do with like taking what we believe and taking all the information we get from the, big, Daniel Jeremiah's, all these guys, the Adam Schefters, and trying to figure it out. If you watch our video, we talked about Byron Murphy at the beginning of this.
Yep.
And everybody wants him to go in the top 20, top 15. And I'm like, I can't see that happening.
Yep.
But if everybody else saying it, we kind of have to listen because they have better resources than we currently do at this point.
So yeah, moving on. The Giants on the clock now, and JJ McCarthy fell. So this is going to be the first mic drop moment. Truly.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was a surprise that the Chargers stayed put. But other than that, we weren't surprised by the pick they made once they stood put. The Giants, all 10 mock drafts have them going receiver. The pick is in, and there was a lot of talk that they did a lot of work on JJ McCarthy. And even JJ McCarthy yesterday on Rich Eisen's podcast, if he was like, do you have a good feeling on who you're going to go to? Normally people are like, we'll see. I'm not sure. I have no idea. He was like, I think I'm going to the Giants.
Oh, man.
He actually said that out loud on live camera. So you don't really hear that often.
Yeah.
So, they stayed put at 6, going way back when they selected Daniel Jones was at 6. Can it be, 5 years later doing the same thing? we're gonna find out pretty soon.
One thing I'll say is there should be a Vikings fan in the chat that is really holding his breath because if now that Joe Alt's gone, if JJ McCarthy passes, if they go Malik Neighbors instead, like we expect them to probably. I think
you should jump on your couch.
Because now it's a cheaper deal to get to Tennessee to get the same.
I don't think you need to give up your 23rd pick.
No,
which is big.
Yeah,
I know a couple of people like Daniel Jeremiah had them staying with their 2 picks, but we'll see. This is where it gets interesting. So here comes Roger.
Yeah, Nick, get in the chat. Let's see it. Oh man. Yeah, we should
Bleacher Report catching strays.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Don't make the trade.
Here we go.
Let's see. They bluffed. Oh, here we go. Malik Neighbors. Going to the New York Football Giants.
Yes, sir. So
and that's exactly what we would do.
Again, that's our 5th correct pick. We had them going Neighbors. We probably would have been very, very nervous if we knew that JJ McCarthy was also going to be on the board based on the reports that came out.
Right.
But this is the right pick.
Oh, absolutely.
I know it sounds nice to take your quarterback. You got no one to throw to. And you lost Saquon. And your tight end that you just traded for last year is mulling retirement.
Well,
and so
don't forget about Daniel Jones's contract.
Yeah.
For 2 more years.
Exactly. So it's an awkward spot for a quarterback to succeed when you have something like that happen. That's the big drop from for a lot of people is just now JJ is fallen to 7.
Well, and like I said, since Joe Alt is not here, and I believe that Joe Alt would be the number 1 tackle for Tennessee. This is where it would make a lot of sense for them to trade up, and then the Tennessee Titans can get another tackle at 11 that makes just as much sense for them.
So this is what I did. We did a what would we do draft, right? Or no, I'm sorry. With Tennessee, I had a thing of them trading back in our what would we do draft, right? And that was because Joe Alt was off the board.
Yes.
And so with that being said, they wanted to trade back. And I struggled with who that they were going to target. It was going to be tackle. And I went with Olu Fashional out of Penn State. They need a left tackle more than a right tackle. But whatever tackle they go, is the move.
Yeah, they have to go tackle.
No matter whether that's Joe Alt, whether that's Talise Fuaga, whether that's JC Latham, they need they need linemen. It's the worst line in the NFL, and they need to improve it.
So their starting left tackle last year had a 35.4 grade by PFF. Just saying that on average, you have, I think average right now for the NFL is like 55-60. And he had the worst grade in the NFL for a tackle that played. I think it's like 100 snaps or something. So that should tell you exactly what they need to do, who they need to go with. It's going to be Fuaga. It's going to be JC Latham if that's their preferred, or Olu. And Olu has been, I will say, when in February, Olu was the number 2 tackle.
Yep.
Like he was the number 2 for everybody's board. Fuaga came on and JC Latham came on later. But Olu's biggest problem is he has 8.5-inch hands.
Yes.
And
we don't know if that's a big deal. We don't know.
I love the comparison. Darnell Wright, the starting right tackle for the Bears, has 9-inch hands. So if he goes to the Bears, like we've talked about a little bit, they would have the smallest hands in football by 6 inches for a pair of tackles.
Right.
That's pretty funny to me.
Yeah, we let's catch up on some comments. We've been staying away from our family for a little bit. After BR is catching strays, obviously Neighbors was the pick. Raven Jones has a request. Please do a pre-draft fantasy football episode. Raven, we are going to be coming out with many, many, many fantasy football videos. This was draft season. This was doing prepping on ads, additions, subtractions for teams moving. A lot of moving parts going. May to June, there ain't nada going on in terms of news.
Right.
That's where you start building your fantasy boards, where you start doing your mock drafts, we'll start getting into best ball, which is the season-long contest. We're going to be live streaming a ton of those. Don't worry, you will have plenty of content you're going to be oversaturated with stuff to listen to.
So basically we put out 26 videos since February 25th.
Yep.
or something crazy like that.
No, it's more than that.
Was it more
about
than
35?
Okay, so
yeah.
say whatever it was. We're gonna do the same thing every couple days. We're putting out an episode, and Ricky's in the chat. And he does our video editing. He is going to be doing all of that.
Very busy boy.
Very busy. So we really appreciate him. But yeah, so we'll be putting out a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Basically, what happens is I did a lot of the scouting for the draft stuff, and so Cam is the host, and he talks to me about the guys that I scouted. While when we go to fantasy football, it'll flip, and Cam will do the majority of the scouting for the fantasy stuff, because he's actually worked for a fantasy company, and he's done that stuff, so he's very comfortable in that world. Not that I haven't played fantasy all my life, but
so the pick is in for Tennessee. Real quick, Kazden Williams dropping in, showing some support. Haven't seen you in a long time, Kaz. Good seeing you. Thank you for coming in, dropping like. Please continue, guys, with these comments. It's really fun. You're making it go down by a whole lot funner and a lot faster by hanging out with us. So, and we got currently 13 viewers, 13 likes. That is a perfect batting 1,000 right now. Hopefully we'll get some more joining in a little bit. Obviously, this is a 4-hour long process, and I know you got lives to live, so you don't want to be spending all night with us. But if you do, we'll be right here with you.
Absolutely. Yes. Shout out Ricky. We love Ricky, and Ricky is the GOAT. Absolutely. And Raven, your fantasy team will be better than ever. It will not be Steiger helping you anymore. It'll be us. So,
hey, if it wasn't for a technicality, he might be, doing a calendar shoot for us in our fantasy league.
I can't wait for Wingstop.
Yeah, Gary, if you're there, I would like some lemon pepper, please.
Yes, absolutely. I guess the pick is in currently, but
so right now,
we're on commercial.
Let me ask you this. So I did in my what would we do? Like I said, Olu Fashionable was my pick. If it was your eyes, you were the AFC, knowing what you know now, the pick is in. There's no trading. Who are you going with?
I'm going with Olu. If I don't get to trade, like if there's no trading, it's Olu.
Oh, it's in. It's in.
Because
there's no trade.
Olu is the most ready to be a pass blocker. And if y'all have been following Tennessee, they're not the old Tennessee.
Yeah, this isn't Derrick Henry 30 into the ground.
There's 2 scat running backs. They don't have a big guy, and they have 2 vets at receiver and a young receiver in Traylon Burks. So it's Will Levis throwing the ball around the field, and you need a pass protector.
Yep.
And that's what Olu is. And he lacks a little bit power-wise in the run game. Well, guess what?
You're not going to be a power team.
Yeah, so who cares? We're running outside zone. You use his athleticism, and he would fit really well here.
Right. Yeah, so again, quick recap. 6 picks in. We got 6 correct positions targeted, 5 correct matches.
Yes.
And again, knowing what we knew, if we knew that there was no trade, we would be a perfect 6 for 6.
Yes.
I guess as a consensus, we both believe Olu is going 7 with the pick being in. So once we get back from commercial, well, not us. We need to put up some more likes to get some commercial time.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, once we return to the draft, we'll see who they did end up selecting. But meanwhile, the Atlanta Falcons, who a lot of people were projecting to be the first defensive player going to that team. Another interesting spot, just because, again, they would you say this is the 4th time in 9 years that they've had the 8th overall pick?
Since 2015, they've had the 4th overall pick 4 times. The 2015 pick was Kevin White, and that one did not pan out. That was an F.
No, that was the Chicago pick.
Okay. Then who was
he ended up playing for Atlanta? But
okay. Sorry then.
Tack McKinley.
I want to say.
I know.
Oh no, Vic Beasley. Vic Beasley was
up
the
there.
First one. Yes.
Tack McKinley, I think, was a teen first rounder that they picked. But yeah, very interesting to see if they are the first candidate to trade out. At this point, going from 8 to 11, you're thinking about our friend Nick, who is a Vikings fan. You don't need to give up that 23rd. Definitely now. We'll just kind of see, because they no longer have a second rounder. But yeah, we'll go ahead.
We're starting to get to the point where the Raiders might move up, or the Broncos might move up to get JJ. Here we go.
JC Latham.
All right. That was a lot earlier than we expected.
Again, correct position, wrong guy. And again, Daniel Jeremiah right on the head of being the first right tackle off the board. Again, time will only tell if that was an incorrect assessment by us. You're gonna see. You guys thought Joe Alt was big. This guy is gonna be your bodyguard.
He's wide.
Like he's wide. He's a fridge.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens now. But it was definitely a need. They've tried to hit on some tackles in recent years and just have not had some luck. So yeah, they're gonna try to get an upgrade, and it's interesting just because, like we said, this is a mauler, and that's not the style of offense that they're kind of trending towards. So it'll be interesting about the fit. This is the first one that I'm. We're not going to do like a grade, like an A+, A-, but we're just going to kind of overall give an assessment of how you did in the draft. And so this is the first one where I do have some questions, but of course, with us not having him as a top 20 prospect, that's going to come if he is the 7th overall pick.
Good thing we don't have any Tennessee fans in the chat, because I think we know we disagree with this pick. Like you said, and you kind of read my mind. He just isn't necessarily fleet-footed and comfortable to me against the pass, and I just wish they would have gone with a more ready pass blocker here.
Yep. And so, as an update, again, it's been a pretty chalky start in terms of positions. Again, we're 7 for 7 on correct positions targeted, but everybody is pretty much mostly. Everybody had Tennessee going tackle. A lot had pretty much. Let me see. Joe Alt.
I told you it was a cop out. We had this conversation. Remember?
So all 10 of us had Joe Alt. Most of us had them going to 7, where they want a couple. Oh, actually, Olu. Joel Klatt had Olu going 11. So.
And I talked about this in other shows. I thought Joe Alt was a cop out to go at 7, because I just didn't feel like he was going to last that long.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that one.
Well, and also everybody else had him at 7 on their big board. It was like a 7 across the board for him. Right. For me and you, it was top 5. He's a number 4 player on our big board. Yep. So we just, I think, had the idea that he should go higher. But JC Latham, we had him at, I want to say 28th or something on our big board.
Right.
And he just went 7th. So this is one of our biggest disparities. We talk about it a little bit. He went 20th in our final mock because we had to move him up. But yeah, this is a surprise.
We see. First off, shout out to Nicholas, fastest subscriber in my life. We appreciate you turning in. We miss you. Raven Jones 6'5" is insane. You stay tuned, because there are some much taller tackles in here.
He's actually not that tall.
Yeah. Again, Joe Alt 6'8", pretty much 6'9", and then but he's a long, lengthy, athletic guy.
Right.
Marius Mims is JC Latham, but bigger,
3 inches taller.
Yeah,
and 350, and it's just insane.
Yeah. And then if you want to look on the defensive side, Devondre Sweat. Yeah. We won't hear it called tonight, but 380 pounds.
Playing weight. He played at 380.
380.
He did not. So at the Senior Bowl, he did not weigh in because he was overweight, because he wanted to play well. Right. Normally you go to like the combine and you weigh like 20 pounds less so you can run fast. And he did that. One thing. So Devondre Sweat is actually one of the guys that we have much higher than everybody else on our big board.
Yep.
And it's because he's 380 and he ran. If he would have been 105, 6 foot, 170 pounds, 180 pounds, it would have been equivalent to a 4.28.
It was so Xavier Worthy, also Texas Longhorn, broke the combine record for fastest 40 with a 4.21. So on a per pound basis, Devondre Sweats was actually faster.
Yes,
and that's crazy to say. AD Mitchell also had a really fast per capita based on 40. Obviously, that's a receiver, but we're talking about that's his athleticism. So here we go.
Atlanta's pick is in. They did not trade. So Nick might just get JJ to fall in his lap.
Again, this is what we expect the first defensive player off the board. What's interesting is a lot of people, including us, we had Atlanta trading back to 10, moving a couple spots back, because we figured that at 10, the first defender would still be there, because Chicago or if Chicago traded out, et cetera, and so on. We viewed Dallas Turner as the pick. That's not something we would do.
No,
if you looked at our what would we do mock, we went with or Emery went with Leatu Letu.
Yeah.
He's our number one edge. Dallas Turner is the number one athlete in terms of the edges.
Yes.
And a lot of people like him. Some a little too much. But again, we talk about a chalky start to the draft, we got Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy, Dallas Turner.
It's in.
Quinion Mitchell. So
Cameron, it's in.
It's in.
The Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Here we go.
What in the world?
Boom.
All right. So
boom. So
that is
wow.
Farthest away from what I expected right there. Basically, they just signed.
Here we go.
Kirk Cousins.
We out here now.
We just signed Kirk Cousins to a 4-year deal. That 4-year deal is worth $450 million. No, that's wrong.
That's his career earnings.
Yeah. It's
about 45 annually.
a year. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
And now they have a backup quarterback that is 24 when the season starts.
Yes.
So I'm very surprised.
It's very surprising, especially knowing that you committed to Kirk for multiple years. Like it wasn't like this was a 1 year, like Russell Wilson. We signed him to a 1 year, or Gardner Minshew 1 year bridge. We signed you multiple years, a lot of guaranteed money to be our starter. And now you go with Michael Penix Jr., who, if Kirk Cousins was not signed by the Atlanta Falcons, I would like the move.
Yes.
Based on the skill players they have. He would walk right in. And I talked earlier, if you're trying to rank the quarterbacks on how we predict their careers to turn out, it's Caleb Williams and then whoever goes to Minnesota, and then we'll figure out the landing spots. If Kirk hypothetically wasn't there, they would rival Minnesota. Minnesota might have the edge because they have the offensive coach, but wow. Big blockbuster.
I just want to say, who thought that the number one Washington player was going to be Michael Penix and not Rome Odunze or Troy Fontenot?
Yeah.
Like, it's just the fact that that's the guy that went first from that team is blowing my mind.
And Michael Penix going in front of JJ as well. JJ, and again, this is why you got to filter through all the smoke, because JJ from over a month ago was put in the top 10.
Yeah.
And just like, he's not dropping below 10. Well, we're almost at the top 10 and he still is on the board. So Chicago is still on the clock. There's been no trade, and it's hard to believe that Chicago is going to trade back to to Minnesota to give them their future quarterback.
Yeah.
So
no way.
Chicago is either staying put, they're letting somebody else trade up to them. Whether it be Indy for Malik Neighbors or Rome, because they're both. I'm sorry, not Malik Neighbors, but Rome is still there. First defender. It's very fascinating. Very fascinating.
Yeah,
that is our first true miss of the day. But again, we're right with the public because everybody had Atlanta going defense right there.
Well, that's the thing too. I will say that there's probably 3 guys. So you have Rome Odunze, you have Brock Bowers, and you have Olu all sitting here. Like, what does Chicago do? Because they could also go defense. Literally, this is the wild card pick of the first round. And Byron Murphy is on the board, is a possibility. You might go the first edge. They might go Dallas Turner, Leatu Latu, Jared Verse. They might go corner, Quinion Mitchell, our favorite corner. There's so many options here. They might go Rome and say, okay, after this year, Keenan Allen, we're just going to let you go. They could go Brock Bowers and get a second tight end and run the ball more. It's just, there's so many options here. This is a very exciting pick right here.
Yeah, and as a reminder, Olu Fashanu played with Caleb Williams in high school. If Caleb Williams came out the other day, and because he can't officially say he's a Bear, he's just like, who would you like the team with, or who would you like the Bears to select? Olu was his answer. It wasn't Rome. It wasn't other former college teammates. It was Olu. And I brought this up to right before we did our 2.0 mock. We had Chicago trading back, flipping with the Jets, and I was just like, hey, they could use a tackle. And you're right, their tackles actually aren't that bad. They have a slightly above average offensive line. It's more so their interior line, but it's no secret that if that's your best player available, it's an upgrade over what your current situation is.
Yeah, and so basically their left tackle is a 5th rounder that they just happened to hit on. they might decide that they want a better athlete to go left tackle. Like, and that's an option I can see right now.
So yeah,
the only position that they're not picking is quarterback,
and so the pick is in. So Roger, coming to the podium right now. We'll see.
Oh, we have a trade. We have a trade though. Let's talk about it after. Oh, Rome Odunze to the Bears. All right. And then hold on, there is a trade. Minnesota is moving to number 10 to get their quarterback in the future.
I wonder who, Nick.
Yep, they're moving to number 10.
So yeah, let's break down Rome. We missed on this pick. Shame on me. Again, this was a me pick, going with Byron Murphy, them trading back and then selecting Byron Murphy. Here was my thing. From the get-go, I loved Rome or Neighbors, whoever wide receiver 3 was, going to Chicago. The problem was when they made the move to go with Keenan Allen, it put a funk in it. It's like, why would you go with a 10+ year older guy that is 5 times more expensive when you're just looking for a wide receiver too? Because DJ Moore was Pro Bowler last year,
right?
And you have other skill group positions, but Rome is fascinating as a player. Very intriguing fit, and there's going to be a lot of targets going to go around, and it's going to be very frustrating in best ball.
Yes,
with these receivers, because everybody's going to be a high pick, and you're just going to have to decipher. I hope one of my 3
this week.
It's
a week by week
exactly.
thing. I mean, everybody can't eat basically, but I will say one thing that I love about this pick: Rome Odunze is a really good route runner, and he goes to play with Keenan Allen, who might be the best slot route running receiver in the league, right? Or period in a while. And those nuanced routes, those things that he's going to teach him are going to help him so much. Now at 10, we got to jump back into the draft, but Minnesota on the clock. I mean, it's JJ McCarthy. Yes. If it's Bo Nix, whatever, it's quarterback.
It's JJ. No, it's JJ.
It's JJ. It's got to be.
This was what they were doing. And
what a move.
Again,
what a decision, man.
Best case scenario for Minnesota was keeping that first round pick.
You want to know what the other best case scenario is? Look at the Jets. They move back a spot, and they're going to get Brock Bowers.
Or are they going to go?
I mean, they might go tackle, but
we'll see. A lot of people did have Bowers going to the Jets. We had Jets moving up to select Rome. Obviously, that is no longer on the board of possibilities.
Yeah, we're gonna get this one right, so that's good.
Which a lot of people will be the similar boat. But yeah, it's very fascinating that number 8 bombshell. I'm still processing.
So that's going to mean 5 quarterbacks in the top 10. Has that ever happened? I don't know, because there was 4 in that Josh Rosen draft. Because I don't think, has that ever happened? Go ahead and check for me, because I know that that's pretty incredible. We did talk about before, if it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4. That would have been the first time we had 4 quarterbacks in the top 4, but 5 quarterbacks in the top 10 is awesome.
I do know that top of my head, I remember 2004. You had the.
Let's see.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna read this question from Kasdan.
Yes,
because we keep forgetting.
Sorry, Kasdan. There was some bombshells that were.
Michael Penix just threw me
changing our routes
all over the place, but he says, do we think Jackson Powers' injury is going to be an issue for the Cowboys? It's giving Connor Williams vibes. No. That is my clear answer. I think that, it's not going to hurt him enough where he should be dropping down boards either. I remember when we talked about this before, after the Senior Bowl, because he went to the Senior Bowl and was fine. At the Senior Bowl, he came out of it as a top 20 player, is what most of the analysts that were at the Senior Bowl said. He was the most dominant player on the field for his only one day that he played, because after that, he didn't have to. He believed that he did enough. Well, since then, we have heard nothing, and it's just gone downhill for him. And he's dropped into, the 30s on most big boards. What was Mel Kiper's big board? 57. We have him at 19 or 18 or whatever it is, up in the 20s.
So we just got the report for the trade details from Adam Schefter. Vikings traded the 11th overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 5th round pick to the Jets for the 10th overall pick. So
that is a steal.
Best case scenario for the Minnesota Vikings, again, they don't have a second round pick the next 2 drafts. They don't have a third rounder either for this draft. So they need to make something work, whether it be like a swaps of picks, but not even have to give it up another day 2 pick to land your future quarterback. Again, even as the board has shaken out as it is, I still hold true to the testament. Like this draft, in terms of predicting careers, it's Chicago and it's Minnesota. And if it is indeed JJ, he doesn't have to play right away.
Right.
Sam Darnold is there, and make the jokes you want about him. He's never had anything close to the coach or the skill group that he is going to walk into with Justin Jefferson.
I also want to say he's the same age as Michael Penix and Bo Nix, who are both in this draft class. That's another thing. Yeah. So and like thank you. So another person that we're going to talk about, Zach Wilson, when we get to 12, he's actually younger than both Bo Nix and Michael Penix. So these guys, give them a little bit of time too. I believe that, and I saw the report, but like Drew Brees and Zach Wilson had the same stats basically at this point in their career. And then of course Drew Brees then went to New Orleans and is now a Hall of Famer. We're not saying that that's going to happen with Zach Wilson, but it's just the fact that the age, you have to give those guys a little bit of time. Drake May, JJ McCarthy, and Caleb Williams are all either 20, they're 22 or younger right now. And so that kind of tells you like they just need a little bit of time before you can really expect a lot out of them. That's why we talk about with Drake May, let him sit while he's in New England for a year. Let him learn from other people's mistakes rather than just, his own, like having to figure it out, because confidence is key, especially with young quarterbacks. So let me see if we got any more chats. Nick's very excited about JJ. He's very excited. I completely agree, man. Especially with, it's not so much that I think that JJ is going to be an amazing quarterback, but going to this situation gives him the opportunity to be very good. Sitting hopefully behind Sam Darnold, like you just talked about, getting the coach more than anything, and then also being surrounded with really good skill players.
Right.
So that's going to be a fun. Minnesota's going to have a good time next year, to me.
Yeah.
So,
and again, like expressing patience. Obviously, he can walk in and be a formidable quarterback with the skill group positions that he has, but you don't have to play him right away. And on top of that, if I had to power rank the NFC North, it's probably something along the lines of Detroit, Chicago, Green Bay, Minnesota. And whether or not you want to put Chicago over Green Bay, most people would probably put Green Bay just because of what they just finished the season as.
I would,
regardless, Minnesota is the bottom. So it is mathematically possible to have 4 teams from the same division make the playoffs. But it is probably going to happen once every 30, 40 years.
Right.
Because it's just that means that either the Cowboys or the Eagles are missing the playoffs.
Right.
That means that the 49ers or, insert your contender behind them, the Rams are missing the playoffs. So we'll just see what happens. But I really like the situation that Minnesota has, and JJ needs to go to a good situation, because look what he has done in his career with good situations. So here comes Goodell out with a bunch of folks. Vikings.
I don't have anything yet. Come on.
R.I.P.
Oh. This is oh my gosh. Shouting out that foundation. Yep, there it is. At number 10, the Vikings pick J.J. McCarthy. So basically had to give up. I mean, we expected them to give up both first rounders this year just to get him. And now they, still
some
have
people even
23
had
years.
him trading 3 first-round picks.
They did a great job of being patient in the draft.
Wonderful job.
So let's see if they can do that with their quarterback room.
Yep. And so that will wrap up the top 10 of the NFL draft.
That's awesome.
As a quick recap, give you in one moment, which everybody had Minnesota going with JJ. So as much as we are right, we can't brag too much because it was pretty chalky. But again, Caleb Williams going 1 to Chicago. Washington selecting Jaden Daniels, the Heisman winner of 2023. Drake May going to the New England Patriots. Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr. Joe Alt, left tackle, going to, or now right tackle maybe, going to the Chargers. Malik Neighbors going to the Giants. J.C. Latham, right tackle, going to the Titans. Michael Penix Jr., so far the biggest surprise, going to the Atlanta Falcons. Roma Dunze going to the Chicago Bears. And now Minnesota trading up one spot to take the reigning national champion quarterback, J.J. McCarthy.
Yep. And that puts the New York Jets on the clock at 11. And we've talked about, at the beginning of this year, we were like, okay, it's got to be tackle. It's got to be tackle. And then they go out and get 2 tackles.
Yep.
2 veteran tackles. That sets them up to kind of do whatever they want here. This is best player available in my book. And if it's best player available, it's got to be Brock Bowers to me. Let's see what the chat is saying. Let's see. Welcome to 4-13 Vikings. Okay.
He said, time for a shot of what, my friend? Bring one to me. You know where we are.
Oh, I appreciate you comparing us to ESPN, Kasdan. Yeah. We love that.
We can throw strays at Bleacher Report, ESPN.
Yeah.
We can throw them all under. We're better than everybody.
I will say, ESPN's big boards were kind of disappointing to me this year. I've watched Mel Kiper as an analyst for a really long time, and I just looking at his big board, I just didn't necessarily agree with it. But ESPN does a pretty good job of keeping it consistent across the board. NFL Network has actually been the best to me overall. Yeah.
So basically, kind of the way that I brought this analogy up in our final mock, but think of like a big board as a template. Say you got the first 50 names that come out, right? And then you have somebody that puts their rankings out, but they're not just top of their head. Okay, who's number 1 without looking at information? They're going to look at a set of guys,
right, and
then set some to the side as candidates, and then rank them, and then go. So it's basically a jumbled version of a template.
Right.
So it feels like ESPN had theirs a certain way, and then jumbled it their own liking. And so Matt Miller, Mel Kiper, Phil Yates, etc., have their board very similar. And it's because they have similar insights, and also they're working on the same thing, and it's a similar board.
Yeah.
NFL Network, Daniel Jeremiah, Peter Schrager, Bucky Brooks, all those guys, same sentiment of a lot of their stuff is very similar. Maybe it's because they're working on this together, but a lot of it to me is just like, it feels like something was just molded a certain way, and then they scrambled it how they was to their liking. And it, like, if you play Yahoo fantasy football versus ESPN fantasy football,
right,
the ADPs are exponentially different.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically, you have a template and then you make your own rankings, and that's how you figure out, oh, this guy's fallen to the 5th at ESPN, but he's a 3rd rounder, and that's basically the equivalent of a big board in the real life.
And when I made the big board for ours, it's the same way. Like, I was like, okay, well, these guys should be in this next range. And then I'd be like, okay, well, that guy is probably the best of the group, and then just started placing them that way. So I think you're completely right with that sentiment. The pick is in for the Jets. We have had no trades other than a one spot swap so far. So
and it'll be very interesting with Denver as well coming up, because a lot of people have them going quarterback. Now that there's 5 off the board, do they trade back? Do they stay put? Take the first. Let's see.
Olu Fashanu at 11. So they do stay tackle. Get the best, their best tackle on their board, which is, I mean,
that was such a mature pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the best way I can describe it. It was a mature pick. Brock Bowers probably was the favorite in a lot of people's eyes to go there. We see a lot of Adonze, Bowers, Neighbors, Bowers. Um, as far as I can see, no one went tackle with them. We had them going tackle initially, and we got psyched out because they doubled down on 33-year-old tackles.
Yeah,
and that could be the right move in the short term. The only interesting thing is, I'm not sure how well he can thrive as a guard.
Right.
And at least in the early on, it seems like I don't think that he's going to be just a bench swing tackle.
Right.
Being the 11th pick in the draft. So you have to play him at some point. And Elijah Vera Tucker, obviously on the right side, he's not going to play center. Mm-hmm. So do you play him left side next to Tyron Smith? A couple years ago, Tyler Smith going to the Cowboys, he was a tackle, and they moved him inside to guard. And that was an unknown if that was going to be a successful move. But the premise was he would be the long-term left tackle.
Right.
So with Olu, it is going to be a similar path of, never play guard in your life, but you're going to play guard at least in the short term.
Well, one thing too is we don't actually see him moving to guard. And so everybody knows the Broncos pick is already in. They have 10 minutes and they took 20 seconds. So that's pretty crazy. They must love somebody. But at the same time, moving Olu to guard, I just don't expect it, because he's not necessarily the typical one that we would expect. Tyler is very excited about the Jets doing that. I got you, Tyler.
And another thing I want to point out, 11 picks in, 11 offensive players.
Yep. No defense yet.
And obviously we had a similar idea of it was going to be offensive heavy to start. But we thought Atlanta was a heavy favorite to be the first defensive player. If Chicago was going to stay put, we probably would have put our money on them going with a defensive player. But that's not how it turned out. So,
but I think that was the only team that we had defense in the top 12.
Right.
Yeah, I believe. I think the Raiders were the first one that was Quinion Mitchell maybe going there. So otherwise.
And then obviously, with that being said, the Denver Broncos on the clock now. We have a Denver Bronco fan in the chat. So tell me who you think that you would like to bring on board. But we had them trading back to 18, gaining some extra assets. Obviously, again, they don't have a second-round pick. There was idea of going quarterback. We had Bo Nix here a couple times before, and even in a trade back, which he is available at 18 in our mock draft. It's just you rarely ever see somebody trading back and then taking the quarterback anyways. It's either you're trading up or you're staying put to get your guy. Right. Like Atlanta, in a perfect world, probably could have moved back a couple spots and got Michael Penix. But you know what? You don't know if he's going to be there because maybe the Raiders pounce. Like everybody, I believe, Minnesota had Raiders going Penix. Minnesota, obviously, everybody knew that they were going quarterback. So sometimes you don't want to take that chance. With Denver, if they do stay here and you pay Bo Nix, it is a reach. But again, sometimes you just don't want to take the chance.
Well, yeah, because he's the last one. Like there's no buffer.
The drop.
There's no buffer now. Like you don't have a Penix sitting there. There's no buffer.
And another interesting one, and we haven't mocked this in any of our mock examples, but Brock Bowers at 12 would be interesting just because it's best player available approach. Obviously, you lost Jerry Jeudy. Courtland Sutton, you don't know whether or not he might be a trade candidate or be there long term at least. And again, you don't know what your quarterback future is. So just kind of be patient and take best player available approach. It would be interesting. But if I had to put my money right now, it'd probably be first defensive player on the big board. A lot of people had them going Dallas Turner, but that wasn't because of being the first available defensive player. That was just them falling.
Personally, if it's me, it's quarterback. Best player is Brock Bowers. And then if you go defense, you go edge, or this might be the point where Byron Murphy is decided on since he is going so high. So
here's my question. So in our mock, we had Leatu going Denver. But at that point, Dallas Turner was off the board. Dallas Turner's on the board. Do you still feel the same way?
I mean, if it's our board, obviously I feel like Latu's the guy. But at the same time, I think that the NFL probably sees Dallas Turner as the number one edge. And so I could completely understand that. I think that that's probably where they go, if they do go edge. But I don't know that I think edge is the best betting spot. I think right now it's offense, and it's most likely tight end in Brock Bowers or quarterback in Bo Nix to me.
And so, yeah, and we'll get the Denver pick momentarily. But another fun thing, being different compared to everybody else, right? So the Raiders are on the clock now, right after them. I don't think there's any chance they're going Bo Nix, even if he's there. Right? We're the only person that had Quinion Mitchell going. There's one other team that had a corner going that high or with them, but Michael Penix at 13 was a popular pick. And then the best available tackle, J.C. Latham. We see a couple, Talise Fuaga, but we're the only one that picked Quinion Mitchell there. And also another person had Terrion Arnold, which was the second corner off the board. Either guy, I think, is the pick there. We'll deliberate in a little bit and get your thoughts, even though I probably know what they are. But yeah, we'll get through the Denver pick momentarily.
Yeah, I've got some favorites, of course, some guys I'd rather have, but at the same time, we haven't seen anybody move up for Brian Thomas. And I think the Raiders could be a spot where we decide to move down. There's some team, or even move down for Brock Bowers. Someone might want to come up and get Brock Bowers. There's just some options here. And here comes Roger Goodell. So let's see.
Here we go.
Oh my gosh. No freaking way. So the Broncos, who just traded for Zach Wilson, now take Bo Nix at number 12. So now we have more quarterbacks to figure out in the Broncos.
Wow.
In the Broncos and quarterback room.
Again, third time already.
Quarterback, man.
Yeah, 6 quarterbacks and 12 picks. That is definitely a record. I don't have to look that up.
Yeah, no way.
But also, this is the third pick in the draft that we had initially and we backed out of.
Yeah.
And, Joe Alt, we had a Roma Dunze, and it wasn't the same guy, but we had Jets going tackle in other mocks. And then Denver, we had Bo Nix in our What Would We Do? And we had him in our 2.0. The problem was when they traded for Zach Wilson, didn't give up a lot, didn't do whatever, but it was just, I think that was a indication of we're not moving up, and it's probably too early. We don't have the capital. We're just going to move back or do our thing. And then on top of that, Zach Wilson comes out. He's wearing number 10, Bo Nix's number. And so then that's just like, okay.
Yeah.
And so it's very interesting that they still went Bo Nix. Obviously, we are incorrect on our assumption of that. But, up until that trade, we still were going to put Bo Nix at Denver.
Yes. Yeah. We had actually trading back to 18 or 18 with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yep.
And selecting Bo Nix there. Then the trade happened in the middle of us deciding who was going to be in our final mock. And we were like, well, we can't do that. So we had to change it right then and there. I will say, so Zach is a Denver fan.
Yes.
He said, why are we the way we are?
Sorry.
Pretty accurate, but even it tells me everything when you're watching the Denver party and only half of the people even get excited because they don't know. And then the other half are like, why did we do that?
Let me tell you this, Zach. I'm not sure if you watched our quarterback rankings and our other mocks.
Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mom.
So here's the thing. This is a great fit.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
It is too early. But again, what I just said about our reservation of Denver trading back and still putting Bo Nix there is that you rarely see teams trade back and take a quarterback anyways.
Yeah.
And again, if we would have said, hey, they're staying there, what do you got? Like the gut is they're going with Bo Nix. And again, most accurate completion percentage season in NCAA history over 100 years. He is Drew Brees.
Yes.
Doesn't have the biggest arm.
Yeah.
Very accurate. Has a little bit of athleticism. Tiny, probably a little bit more than Drew Brees. He was more of a run you over quarterback despite being 6 foot. But he was mobile from a 2001 perspective in terms of quarterbacks. Bo Nix is somebody that Sean Payton wants. He wants somebody that is like, this is the play, run the play.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson is an improv. I want to roll out every play.
I want to do my
That's
thing.
why they butted heads so much. And that's why publicly Sean Payton was not shy about moving on. And they're going to take a record cap hit because of the fact that he was just ready to get a guy that could just do what he wants them to do.
Yep.
And maybe that kind of sounds like a dictatorship, but it's kind of like a men or humans, regardless, they're stubborn, right?
Oh,
What we got?
Hold on. It looks
Raiders.
like, yeah, the Raiders go Brock Bowers. Tight end, Brock Bowers. I love it. That is amazing. We talk about this on all our streams. If Brock Bowers goes to our team, we are happy. Both of us, right? Well, guess what? We don't need a tight end. We just got the best tight end in the draft. Best tight end prospect, 2-time Mackey Award winner, 2-time All-American.
How?
I don't care.
How?
It's amazing.
How? Hold on. Time out. How, in 2 years in a row, how do you take my favorite tight end?
Oh, we're the best. Hey, at least we're drafting
2 years in a row.
But at least we're drafting good. We're not drafting.
Finally.
Well, yeah, we're picking best player available. We're not reaching on 4th-round talents in the first round. We're not taking Garrett Conley, Alex Leatherwood. We're not Clelin Ferrell over freaking Josh Allen. Where's that guy? Josh Jacobs.
I know for a fact you're buying a jersey.
Oh, I'm so excited.
know for a fact.
My mom is so mad about the Broncos, and I'm so happy.
Listen.
Woo!
Wow.
Let's go.
So once again, 13 picks down, 13 offensive players. This was
amazing.
Not expected at all, and our Raiders fan is happy as can be.
I'm happy because, like, and I don't know if everybody's watched the old streams, but we literally talk about the fact that I could not see Brock Bowers falling to 15 where Indianapolis picks him.
Right.
And I thought somebody was going to be like, you know what? There's too much talent. We cannot pass on him. And guess what? It happened to be the Raiders. The talent is so good. And he can do everything. And we talked about this on the stream before. When he walked in as a freshman, he was the best player on Georgia's team.
Mm-hmm.
And every week when he played in the SEC, he was considered the best player in the country on the Georgia offense.
Yeah.
And so you just have to understand sometimes talent is more important than, we're not going to be mad about that. We just got, oh my gosh, I even feel like we got better. And there's no quarterback in our, we have no quarterback. We Gardner Minshew.
Can I have Michael Mayer?
No,
you don't need to. You don't, man. You don't.
It's going to be amazing.
Oh
yes, Bailey.
Gosh,
12 personnel is going to be awesome, Bailey. I'm so excited.
That's incredible.
Man. We're going to be, Zamir White is going to, y'all get ready for fantasy. Zamir White is going to be running the heck out of the ball.
Wow. I'm ecstatic.
Oh, man. Yeah.
That was, so there were some people going back to the Atlanta pick with Michael Penix. Very surprising. That was definitely
yes,
a big deal, right? There were a little bit of sprinkles of Atlanta might take a quarterback early,
right,
just to have one, right? So it wasn't like that was a 0% chance.
But we disagree with it.
We disagree with it, but it wasn't a 0% chance that they weren't going to take a quarterback 8th overall, right? Rome Odunze. A lot of people had Chicago taking a receiver or Rome. JJ, everybody had Minnesota going. Olu, we had initially at a tackle, not surprising. Bo Nix, we had it, and we psyched ourselves out. Not a single soul had Brock Bowers going to the Raiders.
Right. Yeah.
Not a single soul. This was a quarterback pick. This was a cornerback pick. This was a tackle pick. This was not tight end. And while it's like, I'm not sure if that's a great fit. It wasn't a reach.
No. He was a top 5 player in this draft.
He was top 5
and we got him at 13. And he could be, he is, let me not put this. He is the best tight end prospect we have ever seen. A lot of the tight ends, everybody's favorite tight end, everybody in the chat's favorite tight end, they are not first rounders, really. The only one that's a first rounder is TJ Hawkinson.
Mm-hmm.
George Kittle, 4th. Sam Laporta last year, he was a second. Kelsey,
3rd.
There was a 5th rounder too that I can't think of.
Well, George was the 5th actually, but
George.
Yeah,
Kittle,
I mean, normally later round, if you want to go throwback, Cowboys fans will know Jason Witten, 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
Etc. and so on. Some of the best tight ends of all time. Gronk, 2nd round pick.
Right.
Usually first round, you don't need to get there. And then we've seen a lot of misses. The Noah Fant and OJ Howards of the world in recent years. Kyle Pitts, first ever 1,000-yard rookie season for a tight end. However,
that offensive scheme,
no touchdowns that year, despite 1,000 yards, and then 1 touchdown the following year. And so a lot of that was the quarterback play, but he has not panned out to be the 4th overall pick. When you could have gotten Jamar Chase, right, or Penei Sewell, or Jalen Waddle, or et cetera and so on. So yeah, that was a fun pick.
Yeah, and my thing too, like I said, this is kind of like Joe Alt. I didn't see Joe Alt falling to 7. I just don't see. I never saw Brock Bowers falling to 15. And everybody, I don't know how many people had him at 15. At least I don't know how many people had him to Indy. It was probably everybody, right? Everybody had him to Indy.
So let's see. Who no, some had different. So we'll go. We had Indy, obviously. Let's see, Indy. You have New York Jets.
Okay.
You got. Where are you at?
Is that all of them?
No. Oh, Chargers.
Okay.
Sorry.
If they moved down.
Some are already red and yellow. Yeah, Colts, Jets, Colts. No Raiders. Yeah. So, that was again surprising pick, but right pick.
Absolutely.
And then moving on to the Saints, they are still on the clock. 2 minutes left. No pick is in yet. However, we felt very comfortable that this was going to be a tackle.
Yeah.
This is somebody that Trevor Penning, they drafted 2 years ago. Not only the discipline issues of penalties, but just his play is not panned out. And then you got Ryan Ramczyk, a Pro Bowl right tackle that could have a career-threatening injury that they're not sure if he will even play this year. So both tackle spots they've yet to truly address this offseason. And so our first mock we had an edge, but since then we've gone tackle. Mm-hmm. And right now, the tackle that we had is off the board. Olu Fashanu is no longer on the board. Talise Fuaga is still on the board.
Right.
He's probably the best available tackle. Marius Mims, couple others.
If you wanted to put Fashanu at
Fashanu,
tackle,
if you wanted to go that way.
Pick is in.
And then also still no defenders. So they could just fall in love with the defender here so far. But
okay, so Bailey, we completely agree that if Arthur Smith and Desmond Ridder weren't the quarterback and coach for Kyle Pitts, he would have had a more successful year. Don't think we didn't think that. But are you going to continue drafting him in fantasy? Is the real question. And then secondly, David, it looks like, David said, didn't they just draft Meyer last year? Yes, we did. And we're not mad that we drafted back-to-back tight ends.
Hey, I'll give you a second. What's up?
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe first. How about a first?
No.
Oh, well, okay.
we got to overdraft it right tackle.
Apparently. Yeah, fair. So yes, Steiger. Thank you for
Steiger.
For
slot T inbound for Vegas. Brings back war memories.
Hey, believe
flashbacks.
You know what? We are going to have the most dynamic pair of tight ends in the league. That's all. And hey, that sounds like something that New England would like to do. You know, they always had multiple tight ends. We're going to be fine. I love this pick. I loved that pick.
Yeah.
It wasn't mocked like that, but I do enjoy it. So let's see if we get a tackle here for the Saints. Other positions that the Saints could go. Brian Thomas is on the board. Possibly corner, maybe edge if they're trying to revamp their edge. Cameron Jordan, I think, is 36.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they want to go and get an edge. Otherwise, it's really tackle to me and nothing else. I don't know.
Man.
Oh, and I just saw. So the Broncos have never picked, Sean Payton has never picked a quarterback in the first round. So this is his first quarterback ever.
So you got to think about it from the perspective of his first year as a head coach, 2006, right?
Yep.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment. So let's here we go.
Got to go tackle.
Yep. Fuaga.
Talise Fuaga. We love that.
Yeah.
He was our number 2 tackle on our big board.
Mm-hmm.
Just a mauler of a man, and I think it makes a ton of sense. Ryan Ramczyk having his injury, and then Trevor Penning not necessarily being, I don't know, disciplined or capable enough to play or be a first rounder like he was. But great athlete right here. Watch these highlights if you're watching the stream. They are fun to watch. He is just a freak. Captain, best player on the team.
So pretty much everybody across the board.
Look at that.
Had
we love those.
Had New Orleans go and tackle. I didn't realize how chalky Olu was, but we see a couple of Troy Fontenot's.
Look at that, Cam. Look at that. Oh yeah. That a baby.
Yep.
Cold-blooded right there.
So shout out to Joel Klatt being the only ones who have Fuaga correctly gone to the Saints. 14 picks, 14 offensive players. Again, the record is 19 offensive players in the first round, and
we're going to shatter it.
Going to shatter it.
Yeah.
At this point, we have many receivers to go. We have many offensive linemen to go. No more quarterbacks, but
and I don't. I also think we have a lot of like offensive needy teams. Like we're going next. You got the Colts on the clock. Well, they need a receiver. They need, a pass catcher. So, I don't know that it's just receiver, but now it has to be.
So we had them trading up to select Brock Bowers at 9. They were one of the teams that reportedly today was very interested in moving up. He was available to go get, and they stood pat. Also, the first 3 receivers are off the board. Brian Thomas Jr. is available. And then also it's either that, and I've even seen Xavier Worthy here.
Golly, that's a reach. Everybody,
that's a reach. And
he is our number 10 wide receiver.
Yeah.
Number 10. And that would be number 4.
Yep.
That's a huge reach. He's in the 40s on our big board. But yeah, and look at that. I mean, there's the, big board for Daniel Jeremiah. There are a tackle and wide receiver, and then everybody else is basically defense on that whole board. So we're going to start seeing defense players coming off the board, but I don't think this is the spot. If Brian Thomas's injuries and medicals weren't bad, he would not slip. That's my thing. So I think you're right here might make a lot of sense. Alec Pierce has not panned out. Josh Downs is solid. They have JT. So
yeah, wide receiver is definitely a need, but it's not, to me, a first round need. And also, I don't think whoever goes there, that's not like a fantasy value that I just get super excited about.
Right.
Because you walk into that offense as the 4th option at best, and you're a quarterback that's probably going to average 20 touchdowns a year in his career passing.
Right.
He's a very heavy run quarterback, and he averaged 1 passing touchdown a game before he went down with an injury. So, which obviously that could project to go up, but it still remains to be seen with Anthony Richardson, because he was very raw coming out, and he did impress early on, but it was because of his legs. It wasn't because of that. But also, you're running quarterback and you're not protecting yourself.
Yeah.
He missed a game with a concussion, and then losing for the year in the first or second month of the year with a shoulder injury. And he's the big boy. So if you're already getting hit with big, you're going down with big hits, like, you got to learn to protect yourself.
I think that here they could go corner also.
Yep.
I think that would be a good spot. They could go Troy Fatanu here, get another interior offensive lineman. I don't know that I think that's the best move. I think corner or receiver, just depending on what style they want to play. What's crazy is I actually think the fit for Quinion Mitchell makes a ton of sense here.
Yeah.
His style or even like a Cooper DeJean being able to play more zone.
And we did have a few mocks where we had Indy going corner. Brock Bowers was just something that we were just thinking that they'd be aggressive, solving a need, and is what it is. But a lot of people have them going offense. Is basically split between offensive skill player versus corner. I see a Peter Schrager going with Byron Murphy here, but it's like Roma Donze, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, Brock Bowers, Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Tyler Fuaga. That's probably the most split pick between anybody so far. Like, that's about 8 different guys in 10 mocks that have gone to Indy. So nobody really knew for sure what or who they were going after. But 2 minutes on the clock, still no pick locked in.
Yeah, I'm with Steiger though. Chat, come on. Oh, there we go. We got another one. Ah, Roy, it's nice of you to join us.
Yep.
Cowboys trading up? Probably not.
Hope so.
Probably not. But yeah,
probably not, just because this 16 to 22 range is very defensive needy, and right now 0 defensive players are off the board.
Yep. Favorite defensive players are going. And then chat, start asking some questions. Yep. We'd love to answer them. Like the video. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got 16 and 16. Y'all are killing it on that.
Batting 1,000, baby.
But yeah, pick us in for Indy. We have had no trades basically, and we had 8 trades in our mock draft. So,
and still haven't done half bad.
No.
Again, we've got, what is that? 6 correct matches so far. Our goal was to get to at least 8, and then 6 wrong positions targeted, and then 3 positions correctly targeted but wrong match, which is kind of right in line with everybody else. Yeah. Pretty solid.
Well, yeah, because we went 5 for 5, or 4 for 4 at the beginning, I believe, and then we missed Joe Alt, and that kind of started the. And then we had the craziness with Michael Penix, and that just started to roll over, and everybody kind of went to the red. So
right.
I would show the screen for everybody, but I know that it's cutting us in half basically. Like I said, the technical issues that I'm trying to
we're gonna work on it. It's our first live stream. So. We're just getting to the flow of things. So don't worry, a year from now we're gonna be in 4K, basically gonna be on the couch with you. Like, it's gonna be that you can almost taste us. That's our goal. So
yep, we'll have multiple, we're gonna try to get multiple cameras where I'm looking, and it's the whole thing, we'll have, like I said, we'll have decorations and stuff, but it'll be fun.
15th pick.
There's the first defensive player off the board. Leatu Latu. Our favorite edge. Our number 1 edge. So I love that.
Shout out us. Shout out at Emory. He was one of our favorite defensive players overall, our top edge. And a lot of people were worried about the medicals. This is a guy that had the highest.
It's amazing.
The highest PFF grade by any position of all time since the PFF era started about 20 years ago in college. 96.3, I think.
Yes. Yeah,
grade, overall grade. Incredible array of moves. The problem was his medicals, because he had to medically retire during practice when he was at Washington a couple of years ago. Then he moves along with his defensive line coach to UCLA. They give him a chance after doctors get a second opinion. And then he just has an incredible last year and a half, 2 years. And now is the first defensive player off the board all the way down at 15.
Yeah, I think, me personally, like, this guy is so impressive because, and I've said this multiple times on this show, he can do, like, basically he has the same amount of move sets and the same amount of, like, ability to get around offensive tackles that guys that are 28 don't have. Like, he has so many moves, so many counters, so many hand abilities that even the guys at 20, like, that are 28 years old, 30 years old, don't have this ability yet. He's a little bit older for the class, but those things that he already has and has learned, they're going to translate really well. So Dallas Turner is the project. Latu is going to come in and be ready to get 10 sacks this year. And that's why I get so excited about him, because he is so pro ready. He had such a good pressure per snap rate, 26% of snaps. He was creating a pressure. Like, that's awesome. So we should expect him to do things early. So Steiger asked, where will T. Higgins end up? Will he be moved tonight?
So that's a good question. T. Higgins and Brandon Ayuk still have no news officially on a trade. I know earlier we had reports of New England working on a deal with him. But the deal is with T, he was more likely to be moved. And looking back on it, he was a 33rd overall pick in the draft with Joe Burrow. And that's kind of, I think, the value of where he's at right now. Very early second, late first if you're desperate. In our What Would We Do mock draft, we had, I proposed a trade, so it's Emery's fault if you think it's a dumb trade. Detroit accepted for the 29th pick, T. Higgins, straight up. Obviously, now we would think otherwise after Emmanuel just got $30 million, right, and T is about to get 20. A similar 25 to 30. But it's very interesting. I thought Jacksonville was a fun idea. The problem is that they're just kind of in an awkward spot where 17 is probably too rich. Um, but yeah, I don't know if we can put a spot on him. But he's the only guy that was tagged this year that is still without a deal or has already been traded. And I expect him to be moved
today or early tomorrow, basically.
Yeah, early tomorrow today. The problem is just since his value's probably not realistically a first rounder, especially with a heavy receiver class that in the 20s we're going to see Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, Brian Thomas, Xavier Legette, Troy Franklin, all these guys that are 4 or 5x cheaper that are younger.
Yeah.
So a lot of teams might be more inclined to go that direction instead of him. But I think he'd be best served as a great wide receiver too, just like he is with Chase. And I would love him to stay there, but it's just they can't pay everybody.
Well, the reason we had Detroit moving to get him is because they have no holes. Like that's the reason you Detroit can do it, is because they need somebody that gets them over the top, and they have no holes. I have another question here. Minnesota going defensive line at 23 from Nick. I don't think so necessarily. They did just sign Grenard for edge. I guess personally, if I had to be a Minnesota fan right now, it might be corner at that point. But
so yeah, it kind of figures.
Just depends who falls there too.
It depends who falls there. We'll run through quickly guys that thought Minnesota wouldn't trade to first. We have Chop Robinson as an example, Quinion Mitchell, Tyler Guyton, Liatu Latu. Obviously, he has gone off the board, but 4 different positions pretty much.
Yeah.
And I don't really have a big say on either one. I mean, I know that they're set at left tackle. Right tackle Brian O'Neill is formidable.
Yeah, right.
Defensive line, they're more of a 3-4 scheme, so they need a stand-up edge. I don't know. Dallas Turner, but I don't know if he'll fall there.
Yeah, I don't think
Jared Verse is more of a hand in the dirt defensive end. Cornerback, y'all have struggled to draft corners for a long time. They pretty much in the last 5 years, I think 3
Cam
corners.
Dantzler, Trey Waynes even before that.
Yeah, Vikings.
Xavier Rhodes was a first rounder for them. Yeah, so I think going corner would make a lot of sense though. It also depends on what you want to do with JJ. I know, sorry, Justin Jefferson. I know now you have 2 JJs. What you want to do with Justin Jefferson, because he's an interesting spot. If you have to pay him quarterback salary, you're going to have to think about how you need to structure your team. And so that's interesting too to me. David asked, y'all see the Ayuk and Debo stuff? Are they getting moved today? We talked about that a little bit earlier. We think that personally, I think that Ayuk is playing in San Francisco this year, but if he does get moved, it'll probably be for a similar asking price as T. Higgins. I don't know. Otherwise, what do you think, Cam? Do you think Debo will get moved? Because I saw that too.
They're both not. I wouldn't anticipate both getting moved. Right. I think it depends on who you're more inclined to go with. Like I said, Brandon Ayuk is younger.
Yeah.
And he's more durable. And I don't know.
It's so hard though to replace Debo's style of play. And that's my thing. Because it's not that hard to replace Ayuk's style of play to me. Like, you just need to get a receiver that runs good routes and gets open. With Debo, it's like you throw him the ball and all of a sudden he's a running back and he's taking the ball, 50, 60 yards and he's just exploding for touchdowns.
Right.
That's one thing that I think is much harder to replicate, but he's a little older. He does have the injury history. So you might decide with Ayuk for those reasons. So I don't know which one's getting moved, if either are getting moved, but it'll probably be a 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
So next I've got Cowboys drafting Cooper. I'm guessing Cooper DeJean. No, you probably should go in interior offensive line, Bailey.
Yeah. Just
for the fact that you already have Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs.
Solid safety play.
Yeah. So I don't
Jordan
think
Lewis.
If you're going to draft Cooper DeJean, you don't play him at corner. And that makes it hard to justify picking him at 24 to me. But if you're drafting,
Jordan Lewis is still there. So, and you have multiple safeties that like to move around.
Right.
it's a different scheme also because now they're going in a Mike Zimmer scheme.
Yeah.
So it's a little different, and I don't know. Also another I would say target early on is linebacker. And, Eric Kendricks obviously was signed there. He's basically the only non-re-signing that Dallas has had this year. But they need more size at linebacker. They have Marquise Bell, Demarion Overshawn that are safeties converted linebackers that don't fit what Mike Zimmer loves to do. You look at Nick, you can give us a story about Mike Zimmer's defense and how great it has been or was over a decade for Minnesota. Their front seven was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so they would like to be big, physical, and they always gave somebody like Aaron Rodgers in the middle of his prime fits every single year. So that's probably too early, round one. But yeah, offensive line lost 2 starters. So yeah. But
looks like the pick is in for Seattle. Our stream on the TV looks like it's just, I don't know that they're doing a great job of getting to the pick, but they already announced it. It looks like Byron Murphy is going to Seattle. So he'll be the second defensive player off the board.
So this is interesting.
I don't know if that, hold on. Let me make sure because it's just PFF tweeting. And I want to make sure before I say that. So
Jacksonville's on the clock, actually. So there's 6 minutes left on Jacksonville's clock. So the pick is in. Has yet to been announced. They're taking a little bit. Real quick as a recap of what we thought. We had them trading back. Obviously, they stayed put. But Troy Fontenot was somebody that we were interested in them keeping. They lost both guards this year in the offseason. And Mike McDonald, who is the former OC for the Washington Huskies, guess who Troy Fontenot went to?
Yeah.
Washington. He was tackle that we're projecting to move inside, but he has a lot of fans from that program and how well he presented himself.
Yeah, and I was going to say, for the fact that, like, as a Dallas fan, your best option is to get either Troy Fontenot, Graham Barton, or Jackson Powers Johnson. Right. One of the three. And it's just depending on who falls to you. I don't think Fontenot actually falls that far. I think he's one of the guys that'll go earlier. And actually, the pick was right. It was Byron Murphy going to Seattle. So that was correct. PFF just got it out very fast. So Byron Murphy, Seattle Seahawks, interior defensive lineman. First one up the board.
Once again, shout out Joel Klatt for being the only one to get that right. Having a hell of a draft so far. Fox Sports analyst, one of my favorite color commentators in college football.
We have a trade. The Vikings are trading to the 17th pick.
Wow.
Switching with the Jaguars.
Nick,
got to be corner, right?
I mean, no corners off the
first
board.
Corner, Mitchell. Pick your guy, right?
Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah.
Is that your guy?
I hope that's their guy. If they're wrong, sorry, Nick. If it's Terran Arnold, he's actually our 4th corner, but a lot of people have him as their number 1. But Quinion Mitchell is the guy that I would definitely say should go first at the corner position. So we will see. That's very exciting, though.
So just as a perspective, quick tidbit, Quinion Mitchell, Toledo. On some sites was a first-team All-American. You don't see that from Toledo, first and foremost. Not this past season, but the year before, a 4-interception game in one game.
Illinois.
No. And then talk to us about the Senior Bowl, because that's something that can be overlooked.
Gracious. Senior Bowl. Okay, so basically, he didn't do any wrong during his season, but he played for Toledo. So everybody questioned, is he playing the right talent? Is he going to be able to do it at the next level? Well, he goes to the Senior Bowl, and he had 2 passes caught on him, or 1 pass caught on him out of 6. He had 2 interceptions. So he was 1 for 6 when targeted with 2 interceptions. The 1 pass that was caught was by Roman Wilson, Michigan receiver, for 5 yards.
Yep.
He Good just job. Absolutely killed the Senior Bowl. And then he goes to the combine and he runs a 4.33, checks the box on all athleticism scores, and is just the best competitor at the position. I love his competitiveness. Just a guy that I would, sign off on, basically. He's one of my favorite guys in this class. Him and Fuaga were 2 of the guys.
So here's the details of the trade. Minnesota receiving the 17th pick. Obviously, Jacksonville moving back to 23. They also get a 2025 third and fourth round pick and a fifth round pick in this draft. So Minnesota next year does not have a second, a third, a fourth, or a fifth.
This is an important pick.
So
they better hit it right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Next year, obviously, they got to keep their first rounder next year. I anticipate them being our first trade down candidate, not having a second, third, or fourth round pick.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have one pick basically in the top 150. But this is a luxury to be able to pick two guys, high caliber guys, and we expect them to hopefully go Quinton Mitchell.
Yeah, and Tony, I see you're asking what the Jags are going to do. Well, they're going to move. They're going to move right off this pick, and they're going to give it to someone else. Yes, everybody in the chat is very happy that the first Longhorn
Dallas
off
Turner.
The board. Wow. All right, they did go edge.
All right, Nick, hit the nail on the head. Why aren't you sitting next to us? All right, so Dallas Turner, second edge off the board. Again, he is the most athletic edge in this class. And even, it's an interesting pick.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. My only problem with this whole with what Minnesota has done this year is they've gotten a couple of like late down pass rushers, like where the moment, it depends on the moment. And this is a good pick because it kind of makes their whole defensive line filled out. He won't be playing with his hand in the dirt. He'll be stand-up outside linebacker. He can drop into coverage. He can do those types of things. He's going to be a 3-down player. So it's a really good pick. It's just he's not going to be ready to be the best edge this next year.
Yeah. And again, it's an athletic one. Jonathan Grenard's another guy that, had a breakout year. Mm-hmm. Very athletic guy that you just don't know stylistically, but they've got a lot of speed now off the edge. Of the 10 mocks that we're comparing, 4 guys had Minnesota keeping the second first round pick. 3 of them had them going edge, and 2 of them were Latu, who was already off the board, and 1 was Daniel Jeremiah, who had Chop Robinson as the second edge. So with that being said, Minnesota is the only one that feels like wants to make a deal.
Well, I think I know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
This is Brian Thomas, right?
I mean, we'll see. We still haven't heard any T. Higgins
yet, so this might be a trade for T. Higgins and a Brian Thomas pickup. We'll see. That'll be very exciting. Mm-hmm. It'll all happen at once.
So, let me type this pick in. I think Nick can be very happy with this start to the draft, but just know you got no picks in the middle rounds next year. So this is getting 2 good players at really good values. JJ McCarthy, we had a lot of people had going top 10. And then Dallas Turner was the number 1 defensive player off the board. A lot of people had them going 8. And so you get 2 guys that a lot of people had going in the top 10 with your first round picks this year.
One thing I will say though, it's also a little nerve-wracking because these are both project players.
Yep.
They're not necessarily going to come in and just be the most dominant player on the field. JJ's most likely going to sit. And then you've got Dallas Turner. Like I said, he's a project athlete. And I mean, he is an athlete, explosive, fun to watch, but he has a lot of things he needs to work on, including playing against the run. So we'll have to see in a couple of years how these 2 panned out rather than next year. I think they need that, NFL strength and NFL time to learn how to play the positions that they're going to be at. But I love the picks. It's definitely based on value. These are great values. So
yeah, absolutely. And again, still no.
Nope.
Hold on. We got to see if that's real.
What?
Hold on.
I saw Dallas.
Not gonna say anything.
I saw Dallas to Minnesota, but I'm pretty sure that means Dallas Turner to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Okay. We're not trading. There's no trade here. Dallas is still not doing anything.
Okay. No thing yet. I saw like a burner having Brandon Ayuk to the Jaguars. So just trying to confirm, but Butt Crack Sports is not a legitimate source. So we're gonna say that has not happened yet. But yeah, so we had Cincinnati going Brian Thomas trading up. That was anticipation of T. Higgins moving. Obviously, no move has been made yet, but that does not necessarily mean that is ruled out. I
Right.
will say that still no corners off the board. That's pretty surprising to me. I expected that there'd be 5 corners going off in the first round, and we're 17 picks deep and 0 are off the board.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. I will say we have this is just there's 17 people watching right now.
Yep.
And there are 16 likes. So I don't know who it is.
Somebody's
I don't
not
know who
right.
it is, but I'm looking at you.
Listen,
Someone needs to go get it.
is not being lost. So,
oh, there it is, 17. Wow, I'm proud of you, whoever you are.
there we go. Peer pressure.
I love it. Yeah. But yeah, so we're on to the Bengals. The pick is in, no trade.
Yeah.
The only team that decided to trade today was Minnesota.
Yep.
Twice. So we should see.
Let's see if Nick calls into work tomorrow. Sick. You know, I won't be at work, so
yes,
sorry
Dave. Butt crack did catch a body.
to...
Yes, Dave. Thank you.
That's so funny.
Yep. So we got this pick, and then up next after them is the Los Angeles Rams. I would expect the Rams to try to go defense here, edge or interior defensive line. You lose, in a Hall of Famer in Aaron Donald. So you don't have to replace, like we've talked about, you don't have to replace his production from the interior defensive line. But getting a guy on the edge, and we actually had, so now the last one left that I think is worthy is Jared Verse.
Yeah.
That'll be the next one if we do get an edge. So
yeah. The Bleacher Report comes out. Obviously, Diana Rossini is a legit reporter, so I can say this one. But Kirk Cousins stunned by the pick, so obviously something that he didn't see coming, and we didn't either. But usually, you would think that there would be some kind of indication of like, hey, listen, you're a guy, but we're gonna go this route. But it's mainly the money.
Yeah,
it's not that they signed Kirk and then drafted a quarterback anyway. That's not the issue. It's more so just you give him a lot of guaranteed years, like basically a two-year fully 90% guaranteed deal.
Right.
And Michael Penix is not a young rookie. He is going to be 24 to start the year. So say Kirk Cousins plays out his contract and then is released, then Penix, you are a 26-year-old first-year quarterback essentially.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense to do with JJ there because he's 21, 22 years old. You get 2 years and he's the same age as Penix when Penix is now drafted,
Right.
So that would have actually made a little bit more sense. And they had the opportunity to do it. One thing, I will say is I know you don't, I'm disappointed with the pick because the options that were there would have helped their team so much more. Even if maybe we don't like them going skill player in the first round because they've done it so much. Well, I'm still much more happy if Roma Dunze is my receiver rather than Michael Penix being my backup quarterback. Or cornerback or edge or any of these other positions help my team so much more than a backup quarterback to me. So, yeah.
So, if this report that just came out is true, Cincinnati does something that we had in previous mocks and we went away from. So,
love that. We seem to do that. We're pretty good at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's what it is. Like we're obviously there's a lot of red now starting to come up on our mock. We haven't had a correct match since the 6th pick, but a lot of people haven't either.
Yeah.
So it's like we're not crazy in that department. But I will say that Cincinnati, the receiver position was predicated on a T trade, but we had this other guy that it sounds like they're going to select that we had going there.
I'm not sure how PFF is putting out these tweets so quickly because they're ahead of everybody else. So I'm going to just wait to make sure that's the correct pick.
Yeah.
But it makes a lot of sense. We talked about Brian Thomas, but they did just lose tackle. They picked Jonah Williams a couple years ago in the first 10, I believe. And he hadn't panned out because of injuries and other things. So going tackle makes a lot of sense to me. And they need right tackle. And this is a very right tackle heavy draft. So
yeah,
pick is in.
So yeah, Raven, remember when I said that there was a mammoth in the weight? This is that guy.
Here's your mammoth.
6'8", 340.
6'8", 340. Yeah, it's crazy. He might be. I would love to see his actual measurables on here. Blake, I don't know what you're talking about. This has not been a predictable draft so far. This is the farthest thing from that, Blake. 6'7", 3/4, 340 pounds. He just eats people. It's crazy. He was our fourth tackle on our board, and as you can tell, there's been more than 4 tackles that have gone to this point. So, yeah, he's just a mammoth of a man, and he's a very intelligent player. I just worry about he had some injuries this year and last year. We need him to stay healthy for him to be productive, and they just came off of Jonah Williams, who's been injured,
right?
And had issues with that situation. But yeah, I mean, Amarius Mims 6'7", 3/4.
So when we had our mock 2.0, we had them, or I'm sorry, or what would we do? Mock. Cincinnati getting that extra first from the T. Higgins trade, and Amarius Mims is who we ended up pairing him with. So essentially, and if I remember correctly, we had a tackle going to Cincinnati in our first mock, and then the last couple, I think I kind of pushed the narrative of Brian Thomas Jr. Either falling or moving up to get him. So it is a need.
Yeah,
not too shabby in my eyes.
So I've got, yes, Blake Mims is a monster. David, yes, they did get Trent Brown, but he plays left tackle.
Yes.
So he'll play left tackle, and then you'll have Amarius Mims on the opposite side. Trent Brown is a monster.
Yeah.
Trent Brown also is a massive man too.
Also, La'el Collins is no longer there. He is now with the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
Trent Brown actually is, to correct you, is going to slot in as right tackle.
Is he? Because
Orlando Brown Jr. is who their left tackle is.
Oh, okay.
Remember, they did sign him last year from Kansas City. I actually am very interested to see with Mims versus Brown who slides inside. What's interesting, because Alex Kapp is actually a really solid guard. Obviously, neither are playing center, but they have a good center in Ted Karras, former Patriot. Left guard is probably the other big hole, but maybe Trent Brown they kind of view as just you're the backup swing tackle now.
Well, he's older. He's much older. He's played for the Patriots twice, played for the Raiders. Yeah, I Orlando Brown is there, David. But this makes it a little bit more difficult. Just trying to figure out what they're going to do. They can't move him into guard. He's 6'8". That's not a reasonable thing to do. So,
right.
Figuring how to slot him is going to be important.
Yes, but also Trent Brown is 6'8" as well. So
yeah, no, they're all huge, David. How are they going to move inside?
Yeah,
they're too tall for that.
So yeah, since 2015, since Trent Brown's been in the league, obviously has dealt with some injuries, but for the most part, he's been a right tackle.
Yeah.
A couple seasons sporadically at left tackle. He's had 2 stints with New England.
Yeah.
But now on his 4th team. And so I don't anticipate him going inside. However, maybe because he is past 30, going on 31, he could be the guy that's just a swing tackle. But regardless, they need to protect Joe Burrow because now second time in 3 years, season-ending injury. Obviously, a thumb or a calf wasn't necessarily to do with the offensive line debacle per se, but it's still they've been below average, and they've tried to address it with free agency and spending on guys,
right.
And it just has not panned out. Jonah Williams, like you said, 11th overall pick a couple of years ago, and they just traded him this offseason. So.
Yeah. The Rams are on the clock. The pick is in for the Rams. I'd expect it to be Jared Verse or Johnny Newton, interior defensive lineman, Big Ten defensive player of the year. Jared Verse, 2-time All-American from Florida State. So one of those guys makes a lot of sense.
We could really use a Jared Verse pick for a morale boost for our mock because it's on a little bit of a dip.
I will say the Rams, I believe, haven't picked their first.
It's their first round pick since 2016.
Yeah, in 8 years.
Since Jared Goff was the first overall pick. That is the last time that they, just based on trading for guys like Jalen Ramsey, they traded multiple firsts to get up to Jared Goff in that draft. They've just robbed Peter to pay Paul with making moves. And so now they're kind of into a new era. Aaron Donald retired this year. They need to replace that production. Doesn't have to be interior defensive line, but they've suddenly become very youthful and underrated as a defense. We thought it'd be a historically bad one last year, and they were actually pretty average.
Yeah.
Which is a very, very good
They
thing
just
for
kill
them.
the draft. They kill that's Kobe Durant is really good for being a replacement for Aaron Donald. Yes, you probably need more players in there, but they could go corner, they could go a lot of positions on their defense. They just secured all of their line basically, so they're not really worried there.
Right.
So good running back, good pair of receivers. Tyler Higbee's a reasonable tight end. So I think it has to be defense.
Yep. So here we go with Roger Goodell coming out.
They did it. The Rams are picking Florida State edge Jared Verse.
That's a green light.
Finally. We freaking got one.
we were one of the few on that. Some had edge going there, but we and what's your name?
We switched.
Joel Klatt. He is absolutely killing them right now. That is his 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th correct selection.
That's awesome.
That was only our 7th. There's a couple guys that had Leatu Latu going to edge. Shout out Emery for sneakily switching that in the middle of our final mock recording.
I just couldn't believe that Latu was going to go behind Verse. So I was like, we're doing it. We're switching them.
Well,
so, worked out.
You killed it there. So, and also, pardon me, Matt Miller is also selected Jared Verse there. So yeah, we're 19 picks down. Now going to the 20th with the steel curtain Pittsburgh Steelers, and still not one corner has come off the board.
Raven, I would love to say that living in delusion is definitely not peaceful when you are a Cowboys fan. That is an incorrect statement. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Yeah. Bleacher Report had Olu falling to 20 or 19. That was
I will say, if y'all are watching the film on Jared Verse, he loves sacking the quarterback with the other team's offensive tackle. He did that multiple times.
He's so powerful.
It's crazy. His first step is just he's coming off and he's hitting somebody, and it's fun to watch. He's going to have to be in a 4-3 style defense is what I was expecting. So I'm really excited to see how the Rams actually use him, because they run a 3-4. Mm-hmm. They're going to stand him up, if they're going to move him around, if he's going to play their 4-5 technique. And work tackles, however they decide to do it. I think it's exciting. And we knew they were going edge. We put edge there. Everybody wanted to put interior defensive line there because they lost Aaron Donald, but you don't have to go interior defensive line just because you lose an interior defensive lineman.
Right.
So
yeah, this will be a very interesting selection.
It is. I forgot Brian Thomas is on the board.
All offseason, we've been back and forth between tackle and wide receiver. Amarius Mims was a guy that we had going here in a couple mocks.
JC Latham.
JC Latham was in our final one, reluctantly. But Brian Thomas is somebody that I brought up in a couple episodes about just like, I'm intrigued by the fit. And we just couldn't convince ourselves to ever really go that direction. But Pittsburgh has also been one of the best wide receiver drafting teams in the NFL.
Right.
And none of them are first rounders.
Yeah.
So, we can go down a list of guys, Mike Wallace and Santonio Holmes and Tony Brown, obviously, all second rounder later. You got Deontay Johnson was a mid rounder. George Pickens was a second rounder.
Yep.
So that just hit. I don't know if I said Plaxico Burress, Super Bowl hero before he was with the Giants. Yeah. He, it's incredible. So because of that track record, I would probably suggest that they would be going somewhere else here. Again, Broderick Jones was their pick last year. Been fine, but they also need to help on the other side and interior as well. There's there's a couple holes on that offensive line. It is improved. Never was the worst in the NFL, but it really they lost David DeCastro and a couple of vets, and so now it's kind of really Broderick Jones, who's a young guy, James Daniels, who's I guess okay average guard,
right?
And so center, guard, left tackle is all on the board to me
personally. And we keep talking about this because if you watch the Falcons in the last few years, you watched Arthur Smith run the ball, 40, 50 times a game for the whole game, basically.
Yep.
Really made you mad because Tyler Algier was scoring touchdowns and things like that.
Yep.
Well, he's going to do the same thing in Pittsburgh. That's why I think they build offensive line. They built offensive line in Atlanta. Atlanta had 5, I believe every single one of their offensive linemen were picked in the first 2 rounds. I believe that's where they're going to go for that reason. Who it is, it could be Tyler Guyton, I guess.
I hope.
Yeah, so the Dallas can't do it.
just
but it could be Troy Fatanu. It could be Graham Barton here.
It was pretty split across the board. So, like, going through some mocks, J.C. Latham, Tyler Guyton, Graham Barton, Amarius Mims. Somebody had a corner, Quinion Mitchell, who's still on the board. Graham Barton, Brian Thomas. Graham Barton is probably the most popular of them. But all throughout this offseason, we've been tackle with the sprinkle of wide receiver. So that's kind of where we're leaning. But also, we didn't expect all of the corners to be here. And, they did draft why am I blanking?
Last year?
Yeah, Joey Porter Jr. I'm sorry. Had a very solid rookie year as a second round pick rookie. They traded for Dante Jackson with the Deontay Johnson, Dante Jackson trade. Yeah. Very serviceable cornerback too. Don't really have a nickel, really strong safety room with Deshaun Elliott, former Longhorn, and Minka Fitzpatrick, who's probably is still the top 3 safety. They signed Patrick Queen this offseason from the Ravens. Yeah, I mean, and then at this point, all of the defensive ends that we thought were worthy of being first rounders are off the board.
Yeah.
Now, Darius Robinson, who's a defensive end, kind of a tweener, and then Chop Robinson, who's a speed edge. Both guys that a lot of people have going at the end of the first. One, we didn't have that route, but neither really fit this team.
Yeah, it's too early. And they have Alex Highsmith they hit on last year or 2 years ago or whatever.
TJ Watt is still top.
Exactly. So I did get a request. I was hoping that everybody that is a Dallas fan to go in the chat and tell us who you want to be the new Dallas Cowboy. We've got a few picks left before that happens.
Yeah.
So start sending them.
And also want to point out, we are not batting 1,000. 19 are watching, 18 likes. Something's not correct. So whoever you may be, get peer pressured into hitting that thumbs up.
Right.
We really appreciate it. And we appreciate every one of you guys that have stuck with us. We're going 2 hours strong now. Just finishing up the top 20. Probably got about roughly an hour to go.
Yeah.
Hour and a half. So we're cruising right along. It's been a really fun ride. We appreciate the comments. Just keep them rolling while you still can before you got to go to sleep and go into dreamland.
Hey, Bailey, I haven't seen a Dallas player yet, unless I guess you think Cooper DeJean. Steiger, no Dallas players? Come on.
We know who he wants.
Yeah. JC. Yeah. JPJ. Get those in there. And then
here comes Cam Hayward with Roger Goodell.
Oh, nice. Let's see. I love Cam Hayward. Such a good player.
Yep. Be even better if his name started with a K, but we don't have to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's Cameron.
Oh yeah, that E is stupid too.
Yeah. JPJ at this point. Okay. I think based on who's left, personally, if I had to pick a player out of the 3, and we've had this conversation, Troy Fatanu is probably the guy that makes the most sense for Dallas just because he has so much positional versatility. He could play tackle or he could play guard. That makes him such a big deal because you already have Tyler Smith who's doing the same thing and you don't know who's going to play tackle.
Yeah.
So getting that is nice. You do need a new Travis Frederick, though. I completely agree with that, Bailey.
But there are some really solid interior linemen in the later rounds. Like there is a drop off, but there's guys in the 3rd round like Cooper Beebe, Zach Zinter, late round Michigan player that we think would be serviceable. But a lot of people, because they're projecting, Graham Barton is people's top safety. Top center. So, that could be.
But I love JPJ. I just think, y'all don't necessarily have to go center. Y'all need one of the 3, basically. And the most flexibility is Fatanu. All right.
At least it's Tyler Guyton.
Come on, Cam. Let's see it. Troy Fatanu to the Steelers. Okay. So he's gone, guys. But I actually really like that pick because they have the same situation where
And
they need a
so,
left tackle and a left guard.
so remember what I did say is just left guard is Isaac Samalu, journeyman
Right.
offensive lineman. But Troy Fatanhu, I'm gonna consider, just because I want some morale boost, I'm gonna consider that a same position, even though we're not projecting it will be. But
Well, actually, for them, it might be.
yeah,
Because they do need
yeah, they
tackle
do
more
need.
than more than
Mhm.
guard, most likely. So that might
Give me that
be
yellow.
a position where he's crying. I love that. Look at him.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that is such a big haul. He has so much family there.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. He's not as big. He's not as, but he is a great athlete. He's going to, come in and be one of the best athletes on the O line for that team immediately. Um, Very exciting player for that reason. He's a little bit higher on everybody else's boards, but we definitely like him in a
Yeah,
similar
some
range.
people had him as high as 10.
8.
So
I saw 8.
yeah,
So yeah. Fatanu's
real,
gone.
real quick, would you consider Graham Barden prediction to Pittsburgh as the same position?
I think. Sorry,
Would you consider Graham Barden to Pittsburgh a same position targeted?
not Graham Barton,
Yeah. Okay.
but I would think Fatanu because he could play tackle.
No, that's fine.
David,
It wasn't us.
Wanda Selby said hello.
Mom, mommy.
So David said, I think the Dolphins take Worthy. David, I'm gonna be honest. I completely disagree. I think that the Dolphins have to trade back. And we've talked about this multiple times. There have been barely any trades. Believe me, I know that's crazy to say right now. But they have 2 picks in the top 150. They have 21 and 55, and that's it.
And real quick, just to add, Philly, everybody knows needs a corner.
Yeah.
There's not one corner off the board yet. So anybody in the Jacksonville who just traded back who needs a corner, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona,
lots of
Detroit.
corners. Yeah.
If you want a corner, go get them because Philly's about to go get their preference, whether that be Terran Arnold or Quinton Mitchell. So
Nate Wiggins, DeJean, all of them. I mean, actually, truly, we've talked about this on the show. There are 4 corners that could be the number one, 5 corners that could be the number one corner to any team. Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean, Terran Arnold, Quinton Mitchell, and Nate Wiggins are all possible to go first at corner. So definitely grab somebody.
The problem with Miami is that, yes, you're a team capable of scoring 70.
Yeah.
But you're also a team that's capable of being shut out almost in cold weather. And basically, if it weren't for their offenses imploding the final 2 weeks of the season, that's why they had to lose the division and then go on the road to one of the coldest games ever. Yeah. And then just kind of, it wasn't competitive.
I think Tua has always been given the best offensive skill groups.
Yeah.
And he's underperformed at the NFL level at this point.
And believe me, if this is a video game, scary. Yes. Scary hours. Having would be 5 guys capable of hitting 20 miles an hour in a breakaway run. Very scary. However, you're not going to win every playoff game 38-35, and you need to find ways to be physical. You lost multiple interior linemen this year. Robert Hunt to Carolina, Connor Williams possibly medically retiring.
Mm-hmm.
Really, Terran Armstead and Aaron Brewer are your only guys. Isaiah Wynn's is a guy that didn't pan out. Austin Jackson has not panned out.
Yeah.
Former first round pick, and then Robert Jones is just underwhelming as a right guard. So you need offensive linemen. There are offensive linemen here. Jackson Powers Johnson and Graham Barden make sense.
Well, I was going to say, Dave, they could do it. They could pick Worthy. I'm just going to give them a bad grade if they do it.
Yeah.
Because they do have so many holes, and they also, aren't going to be able to keep these guys forever that they signed on these short contracts. They have to find a way to get players.
And then also you got to think about the fact that both Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips at the end of December and January, torn Achilles, and torn ACL, and that both might not be ready to start the year. You need an edge if you like. I've seen some Chopper Robinson here as well,
and that was actually
you
one of
lost
our questions.
And then you lost Christian Wilkins, who Johnny Newton's still there.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of needs. I don't think that Xavier Worthy, it would be a luxury pick that they probably can't afford right now.
So Blake asks, where do you think Chop ends up? So if I had to pick a best place in the first round, I think that it has to be Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay makes the most sense as a team that needs an edge. And if they don't move back, he would be an option. I don't necessarily think he goes in the first round.
Right.
Especially with how much talent is at other positions. And truly, we have 3 edges that we were really confident were going in the first round. Chop is one of the guys that is on the edge between like early second and late first.
And I've also seen a lot of love for Tampa as well. Tampa is a team that we projected to trade out.
Yeah.
If we had him staying there, good chance we might have mocked him there.
Right.
But yeah, he was a little bit lower on our board compared. But I mean, we'll just kind of see what happens. And then to answer Bailey's question real quick, thinking the boys trade back, we're the only team that or mock that had Dallas trading back and
getting
selecting Jackson Powers Johnson. Yeah. So it is on the board. I don't know if it'll happen, but I'll celebrate and say that I knew it all along.
Yeah, right. 70-piece family pack reminder, boys. What? We'll see. Miami's pick is in. I'm guessing they're not trading then. They're not trading. So they did not do what we.
And they had the worst overall draft capital grade in the draft this year. So that's why we had them projected to trade back, and they feel like keeping here a lot of first round talent still on the board.
Hey Dave, if I will tell you what, if they go Worthy, I would say that was a bad pick also because Brian Thomas is on the board.
Yeah.
6'4", 4.34 guy. I'd rather take that over a 6 foot, 165 pounder that ran a 4.21 all day long. He'll get to 20 miles per hour also, Oh. Looks like the pick is in. Like picked. Let's see. I don't know how PFF is putting these out so fast, but okay. So PFF says
we're also behind about a minute.
Chop Robinson.
Okay.
To the Miami Dolphins.
Well, there goes Blake.
Good job, Blake.
Yep.
Not a baby.
Yeah, and
I think it's too early, but good job, Blake.
It is too early, but like I said, as we were kind of mulling who they were going to go with, Jalen Phillips, former first rounder, torn Achilles in January. Right. Bradley Chubb, he's has a torn ACL already, but hurting his knee again significantly. Like, you have no edges really, and so this is a little bit early. This is a pure prospect.
Yeah,
he's a guy that kind of frustrates us a little bit because he just relies too much on his speed.
Yeah, so if you watch his film, basically when he plays bad teams, oh my gosh, he is a just cold-blooded killer. Mm-hmm. But when he plays good pass blockers, he has a very difficult time. And also, my other problem with him is he kind of grades out as a situational pass rusher, which means he won't be on first and second down because he's not a great against the run. And Penn State actually took him out on first and second down multiple times. They have another pass rusher. His name's Adisa Isaac, who was on the field like 95% of the snaps, while Chop was like a 60% snap guy. So that's a big concern when you need guys in Miami that are going to be on the field a lot because you're not going to have the depth.
Right.
Shaquille Barrett's there now, which was a great pickup. But at the same time, like this, if you're picking Chop Robinson, it's because Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb are healthy and he can come in on third down and just go sack the quarterback. I'm not sure that he can play the run the same way that some of the other guys can in the class.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Blake, like you said.
Yep.
Good job.
Good job.
That is so early though, Blake.
It is.
I'm not comfortable with it.
Yeah, sometimes it's like credit for the pick. You got it, but also like we're also projecting a little bit on how we view something. So whether or not we have something right, like I don't know. Like if Bo Nix going to Denver, like we had that throughout the offseason, but that doesn't mean that it's going to work out.
Yeah.
Just because, we had a chalky Drake May going to New England, it is highly likely there's 6 quarterbacks. It's going to be a huge success if 3 pan out.
Right. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Let alone 4 or 5.
Well, like you said earlier, the hit rate on quarterbacks is so low because we reach. Mm-hmm. On our board. If you look at our board, Bo Nix is 29, I believe. And then both McCarthy and Penix are in the 30s.
Yep.
So
And that isn't just us. Like a lot of people have that
yeah.
sentiment.
And all of them went top 12.
Yep.
So it's one of those things. But at the same time, if one of them pans out, in the best situation, also situation will matter. But if they pan out, it'll be because of that more so than actually because like Michael Penix, I don't know how he's going to pan out. I have a hard time seeing it with the fact that he is going to sit for 2 years because basically he's going to be Jordan Love, but 26.
Yeah.
So
and then also it's like I understand because Kirk Cousins is coming off the torn Achilles, but that makes you look even worse for that signing because you're basically saying you're giving him all this guaranteed money and then saying, "Oh, but I don't believe in you."
right, exactly.
So,
Um,
Philly, less than 2 minutes have not made the pick. At this point, you feel like there would have been a trade. They probably didn't expect themselves to just have their pick of corners.
corner on the board. Yeah.
So, 22nd pick, they're likely going to stay put. I would not be surprised if it went back-to-back corners here.
Blake says JJ will be Zach Wilson 2.0. And I'll tell you, he's not going to be because Zach Wilson was the number 2 overall
Zach Wilson
pick.
didn't have, and he also didn't have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, and Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah.
He had a terrible set of receiving group, and he had no offensive
coach.
So that's the whole deal with us about him. That doesn't mean that we think he'll be a top 10 quarterback, but if he can be Baker Mayfield-esque or Kirk Cousins-esque, that doesn't seem like you don't spend the 10th pick to get a top 15 quarterback, but you also know that you can get to the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy.
Right. And he was 199.
And if hypothetically we go back to 2021, if Zach Wilson or Mac Jones goes to San Fran, I'm not shocked if either of them lead the 49ers to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Because they have George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams and Kyle Shanahan. So, like, that's the whole deal when we look back on 2021, how we viewed it as Trevor Lawrence and then whoever goes to San Fran.
I'm sorry. Zach made me laugh. He said he responded to Blake and he said he'll be into moms. I appreciate that comment.
So yeah, pick is in. Again, we would not be shocked with back-to-back corners. In our mock, we had Philly trading up to 16 to get their best available corner, and then Jacksonville right after taking a corner.
Yeah.
At that point, we had Quinton Mitchell off the board. If we had to guess, it would be Quinton Mitchell and then Terrion Arnold. But at the same time, Philly maybe thinks that Terrion is a better fit.
Well, I'm gonna laugh because they're gonna do something crazy. The Eagles love picking O-line. Okay. And I haven't seen anything yet, but it's gonna be very interesting when they go O-line.
This wasn't as much like everybody picking a corner like I thought. Like there's a lot of like tackle thought. Even Daniel Jeremiah had them trading up to 12 to take a tackle. So It wasn't like corner is for sure the thing, but to us, that was the one true need that you had.
What if they steal an interior offensive lineman here, though? And I don't think it's a good idea, but Jason Kelce just retired. They say they're going to replace him, but it's also possible. And it would really piss
Lane
off
Johnson is getting up there.
They would love to piss off Dallas fans as much as they can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dallas Goedert. It hurts.
Shut up. But yeah, interior line makes sense. I mean, their center Cam Jurgens is like we don't know, and then Tyler Steen as their right guard. So
yeah,
let's see what happens.
I have nothing yet. PFF has been quick, but not that quick.
No, I mean this pick took a while, so they were really mulling.
Yeah, they weren't sure what they wanted to do. They didn't. I bet they have multiple positions they're thinking about that, and their top guys were still there. I bet.
Yeah, my guess says corner.
Got to be corner, right? Quinton Mitchell, come on. Well, actually, I don't want them to take Quinton Mitchell, but
I don't want them to take Quinton Mitchell.
but he's the best corner, and I'd love to see him go to a team that has an opportunity. Here it is. Oh man! And then Jacksonville will be on the clock for corner.
Yeah.
Corner
so them
2.
taking back and still maybe getting a possible cornerback 1.
Yeah,
is pretty good for them.
There it is. Hurry up. Come on, Roger.
We're going on tangent after tangent, man. Come on now.
I believe in you. Hey, I wasn't trying to put any evil on you, Bailey. It's just honesty. Eagles like pissing y'all off. Except for when it's a Micah trade. What in the world? This is a tangent right here. Come on.
Oh, we're gonna do a remote pick. That's probably why he's.
Here it is.
Yep.
They take
Jordan
the top.
Mailata.
Take the top corner. Quinny Mitchell. There it is. Ian Rappaport.
Right there.
That's the best pick.
All right, Jordan, you took too long. Ian beat you to it, man.
I do enjoy his Christmas songs though. He is so good. He's so good, man.
Dreaming. Man, that's unfortunate for Cowboys fans. That's our top corner off the board.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And well, the Jacksonville fans and Green Bay fans, get ready. Everybody right here is going to need a corner. You got Jacksonville, Green Bay. Tampa Bay could take corner. Arizona could take corner. Buffalo could take corner, and Detroit. So I could see a run on corners about to happen. Quinny Mitchell does not look happy that he's 22nd. I love his competitiveness. I know that he's pissed off.
Request a trade.
Oh, man.
But yeah, it was pretty split amongst mock drafts, about 50-50. Shout out to, let's see, is that Benjamin Albright? I'm sorry. Trading up Philly to get Quinny Mitchell. So he's the only one to select Quinny Mitchell. A couple of us had them going corner. But, yeah.
I love that.
Interesting.
I mean, the fact that he's there is crazy to me.
I guess Field Yates also Quinny Mitchell. He actually had him falling to 22, so that's even bigger. No. I'm sorry. He had him trading up to 16.
Oh, okay.
Apologies.
Yeah, Quinny Mitchell going behind Chop Robinson, going behind Jared Verse, those types of guys. I think that's going to be a little bit of disrespect to him, and he's going to have a little bit of chip on his shoulder to prove them wrong. But now we got Jacksonville on the clock. Jacksonville also needs corner. We've mocked corner to them every single time we've done this.
I feel like it was 3 different corners every time.
Terry Arnold, Nate Wiggins, Quinny Mitchell.
Yeah,
I believe it. Now Quinny Mitchell's off the board. Who did we mock in this draft?
Nate Wiggins.
Okay. So
but again, that was at 17. Pretty much everybody had Jacksonville going corner. One had them trading back all the way to 28 with Buffalo selecting Kool-Aid McKinstry, but pretty much everybody's split between. We got Nate Wiggins, Jeremiah has Quinny Mitchell, Cooper DeJean love by Mel Kiper, Terry and Arnold. Let's see, Xavier Worthy, Peter Schrager.
Yeah.
As a possibility. I know that there was interest in them trading up for a weapon in the first round. Obviously, they traded back and went the other way. So, and then Nate Wiggins again, and then Terry Arnold. So,
as you see Quinny Mitchell on the screen, I saw Taylor said not a happy face. He kind of always looks like that. He always just
he's very monotone looking.
Yeah, minds his business type of guy, and but he does not play like that. You know, it's a no-fly zone over there on that side of the ball. Like we said, he had 4 interceptions in one game, and I believe he had the most pass breakups in the FBS the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. Highest PFF grade of all corners in the last 2 years. Just a stud.
Yeah. Got to reiterate, you don't see many All-Americans coming from Toledo.
Let's see. Blake said all the defense players are going to have chips on their shoulder. How have you guys not needed a bathroom break yet?
Oh, Raven, I am.
Really?
I'm dancing a little bit.
Are you? Oh, I'm good.
You're
double-fisted over there.
Yeah. Come on now.
I like the comparison to Jair Alexander for Quinny Mitchell that they put up on the board, except for he's bigger and longer.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit stingier type of player, but I think that's a pretty good Raven asking the important
I'll be honest,
question.
I was going to go during commercial break, but now I'm going to be stubborn and just
finish it out.
Finish it out, man.
We have commercial breaks?
I don't know. Well,
I'm not. Yeah, where are my ads?
Yeah.
I need some ads, guys. Get some people to subscribe, and we'll get some ads on here.
Yeah.
Look at this at the Senior Bowl, just absolutely dominant.
Mm-hmm.
So great pick. Jacksonville gets their pick of second corner off the board. I don't expect them to go anywhere else. We've basically done it the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So Nate Wiggins, Taron Arnold, Kool-Aid, Cooper DeJean.
And
Who else? That's it. All
I
four.
mean, I don't think we will really blame them for any of them. Nate Wiggins probably is the best fit, but also their safety slash nickel play is below average as well. So Cooper DeJean, we'd like at this point at 23. Yeah, so we'll wait and see what they got. Dallas is on the clock in the meantime.
Yeah. Taylor said, I told y'all to go to the restroom. Thank you, Taylor. And then Steiger said he will get us some Speedo ads. And I will wear them, Steiger.
Hey,
we'll do it.
Come on now.
I ain't scared of nothing.
Let's go.
$500 per ad. Solid. This is my second intern. I appreciate you. Josh Allen re-signed last year, 17.5 sacks. I forgot Mac Jones is there now.
Mm-hmm.
What a terrible quarterback class at the end of the day that we thought was going to be much better than they are.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry. Cowboys, starting spot is up for debate. Who's going to be the starter? Trey Lance. Here we go.
Yeah.
Just move on from Dak right away. I'm sure Steiger would like that.
Here we go.
No, you're not allowed to thumbs down any messages.
Brian Thomas Jr.
I love it. Unfortunately, he shouldn't be there, but
listen, they absolutely screwed up in free agency by signing Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
It wasn't that, you get him, but $13 million annually was just ridiculous. And yeah, I like the pick. It's a definite need, and now it's a very, very solid receiving core. Trevor Lawrence definitely needed a number one. Calvin Ridley after his 1 year rental, and yeah, I like the fit.
Yeah, I think this is everybody. We talked about it. His line was set at what 15.5 to get picked. This is definitely way over. Yeah, because we both had him under, I think. But so probably a better player than where he's getting picked. He's our number 4 receiver. He's in a tier of his own compared to the rest of the guys. So it's the first 3 and then him and then the rest, everybody else. And I really like him as a player. He's, like I said, explosive, 17 touchdowns last year, most in the NCAA. Just he's a number 1 receiver, and he's going at 23. So that's kind of a steal.
Yeah, and shout out to Peter Schrager being the only one that had a wide receiver going to Jacksonville. Obviously, he went Xavier Worthy, which was too high. But also, there was a little bit of concerns with the medical. It sounds like Brian Thomas, no immediate surgeries needed, but there's potential he could need shoulder surgery postseason.
Right.
Yeah, so that's interesting that came out. I don't know if that was something new that happened throughout the workout in the off season, because you would have thought that you would have done something about it as soon as the season ended if that was a postseason injury.
Right. But he has a top 15 relative athletic score all time.
Mm-hmm. It was actually higher than AD Mitchell's. It was number 10, I believe.
Yeah, so I think AD was 12 or something.
AD was 11. They were they were back to back.
So he's basically one of the best athletes to ever play the game. Based on that, he ran a 4.33, which was super surprising at the combine. Outran his teammate Malik Neighbors, who went much earlier than him. Taller, more physical type of player. And I just don't understand. This is just too low to me. Yeah. Too late to me. So he was a 13 AP All-American.
Mm-hmm.
Just
led the nation touchdowns.
Yep.
All that good stuff. So now, how about them Cowboys? They're on the clock.
Yeah, y'all ready, Cowboys fans, to mess this one up?
3 hours deep. Once again, we appreciate every one of y'all that have continued commenting, making this fun as it has been for us. It's been a great time. Hopefully we've been informative and fun. We're only going to continue to get better and grow, and hopefully we can just keep this community blowing up as much as we can. So once again, can't thank you guys enough.
Yeah. And hopefully we get another exciting pick. The Raiders go and get, Brock Bowers. That was exciting. I love that poster of Jerry Jones with the big X on him.
Yeah.
Right there in the front. But
about 3 minutes on the clock. Still no moved back. I guess they're mulling Graham Barden falling. That was a popular name that was associated with them. Tyler Guyton is another one.
Please not Tyler
Reluctantly,
Guyton.
JPJ is somebody that we mocked to Dallas at 28. Again, they need left tackle / left guard, whatever Tyler Smith is not going to play, and
Right.
center. Very good quality guys. Graham Barden and JPJ are the two top interior linemen available, and fighting for best center depending on where you want to put Graham Barden. So
Right.
that's
And-
definite need. Corner, there's a lot here. There's a lot of receivers here. You don't really need either one that early. There's some needs. You lost 6 starters during free agency, so it's not surprising if they go another direction. Edge is a little early. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that, it's got to be Graham Barton. But if they go Tyler Guyton, and it will be very disappointing across the board, but he is a really good athlete.
He is.
He's just so raw because he came in, he went to TCU first, played defensive tackle, then goes to Oklahoma, plays a little bit of tight end, then moves to tackle. He's just so raw at the position, and he needs a year, and y'all don't really have a year to give him.
Yeah, and the problem is like, I get if you're saying Dallas needs a new right tackle. We have a couple guys in the chat who hate Terrence Steele's guts. But at the moment, he's the right tackle.
Yeah.
And the logic of, Tyler Guyton's the pick because y'all need a left tackle. And it's like, how do you know he's going to be left tackle?
Well,
that doesn't make any. You can't project somebody that's never once put a single snap together post high school of a position and be like, oh yeah, they need this position. It's going to slam dunk. And half of the mocks pretty much have Dallas getting Tyler Guyton. It's the most popular guy, but there's some Amarius Mims. Obviously, he is gone. Graham Barden's a fun one. We had them trading back for JPJ.
Yeah.
Xavier Worthy, Bleacher Report thought they would go that way, and that is not the case. They're not going receiver. If any skill position, I would tune in tomorrow night. I would not be shocked if Dallas is the first team to take a running back. Whether that be Jonathan Brooks, who's a popular name that's been linked. Our top one is Trey Benson.
Audric Estime.
Well, Audric won't be there.
But...
Yeah, Audric is probably going to be a 4th or 5th round pick, and he should not be.
No.
But nobody but us is on him as a top.
He's my
3
favorite.
or 4 running back.
He's my favorite sleeper running back in the draft.
Yeah, he was our RB3, and that was before we knew that he shaved 1.3 tenths or 1.3 tenths off of his 40. So. Yeah, he's a guy that falls forward, and I love him as a running back. I don't know. Regardless, I don't know if that would be a fit, but that won't be the fit tomorrow. So Dallas traded back.
I love it.
Detroit is on the clock. So
there we do it, baby.
Shout out us for give me a high five.
Oh, yeah. Where we at?
Yeah.
Oh, so, they traded back to 29?
Well, that's basically what we're saying. So Detroit now on the clock. So it's interesting because we said earlier Detroit had no needs, like really. So
just people falling, man.
There's people falling. So is this AD Mitchell? Is this Kool-Aid? Is this
Johnny
Cooper
Newton?
DeJean?
Ooh,
how fun would that be?
That'd be so awesome.
That would be so super fun.
Jerzon
Newton. Yeah, I mean, cool. Everybody would be helpful. But
what about receiver? I like receiver here.
Receiver here. I'd probably say no to receiver. I think that they're going to go best available corner.
Okay, well, it's Cooper DeJean, and that would be a Dan Campbell pick, man.
Yeah,
that would be a Dan Campbell,
again,
Iowa loving pick, man.
Yeah, let me pull up their depth chart. So CJ their 1-year rental, that he went back to Philly, so he was their nickel-ish. Brian Branch is their nickel now, but they do need safety help. Cornerback-wise, they did sign Emmanuel Mosley and Amik Robertson, traded for Carlton Davis, but it's a revamped room of just guys that are okay.
Yeah.
And remember that they did a couple years back, Jeff Okudah, 3rd overall pick, did not pan out.
Right.
One, because of performance, but also towards Achilles' 2nd season. So definitely need cornerback help. You can't have Nick Mullins throw for 900 yards in 2 games against you and be a Super Bowl contender. No way. Like, I don't know how that's possible, but, they found a way. And so
the first thing that Dallas did right was actually moving back.
Yeah. So if you remember,
out of all the stuff
Brandon Cooks Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore trades last year to bring them on
Right.
were the 4th and 5th round picks. So they didn't have a 4th or 5th rounder. That's why we anticipated a trade back, because there was multiple interior linemen that could possibly fall to them. Feel great that we're the only ones that had them trade back. We'll see. We'll talk with them in a little bit and
JPJ.
see if JPJ,
that's
like,
what I'm saying.
something.
We're gonna get a chant going.
Give me some
we'll have to
speedo
get a
deal
chant
or something,
going in
man.
that. Yeah, in that live chat, that chant better start going.
Exactly. So
well, now actually, so I will ask while we're sitting here. We're gonna, after the draft, we're gonna have some free time, and I'd love to see what everybody wants for like different kinds of videos. We're all ears to videos, kind of just ideas of what y'all want to watch.
So
anything like that.
So just for the to reiterate, Bailey, reports it, but just the official trade details: Dallas trading back to 29. Detroit receives 24. Dallas receives 29 and 73. So an additional day 2 pick, and then Dallas also gives up a 2025 7th rounder, which is
nothing,
peanuts.
Basically.
So basically another day 2 pick tomorrow. So now they have 2/3 and a second tomorrow. And then I'm assuming there will be some more maneuvering because they like to draft in the middle rounds. No 4th or 5th rounder at the moment. So they'll probably make some more maneuvering tomorrow night. Maybe another rumor that I saw, again, I told you about Dallas being on the watch out for the first running back off the board. They think that Jonathan Brooks is somebody that they're tied to, but they have a feeling that Jonathan Brooks might be picked by the Eagles. So here comes Roger. Let's see what Detroit does.
Well, Terry Arnold or Cooper DeJean?
It's Cooper, man.
It's such a Iowa, like Sam Laporta's from Iowa, Jack Campbell from Iowa. It's Cooper DeJean, man. That is such a linked pick. I think it makes so much sense. Got a whole group coming out with him too. Everybody wants to.
And we get up to 20 likes. We appreciate you guys once again. 3 hours strong, 3.5 hours strong now. Killing it. We're still wide awake. That is a second energy drink for my day kicked me in. So appreciate you guys' support. Staying with us this long. We're gonna be coming out with many videos covering the reacting to the draft. Won't be live streaming tomorrow or the next day, but we'll keep you all in the know on our next live stream plan. It'll probably be something along the lines of a best ball or something of that nature, because the news will really come and take it down turn after this weekend.
Okay, so the pick is in. The Detroit Lions select Terran Arnold, cornerback, Alabama. And I think, based on what we expected, this is kind of a steal. We had the other cornerback from Alabama going to
so them, we had Kool-Aid, but again, we had them staying put. And
Terran Arnold going at 16, I believe, to the Eagles trade up.
Yes. So good value pick. So very solid.
Thanks, Zach.
Man, I would have really liked that Cooper DeJean pick though.
Yeah, I know. That would have been awesome. It would have been such a, they would have had so many Iowa players in the last 2 drafts, But at the same time, nope, that's wrong. Just kidding. I was going to say Jahmyr Gibbs, Alabama. That's not true.
So, about half the mocks had Detroit taking corner. Most had a defensive player of some sort. Some had edge. Some had defensive line. Some had a trade out. Or one had a trade out. Actually, a few of us had Washington trading back in for a tackle.
Yeah.
Because in a few picks, there's going to be we see Baltimore and San Fran as high candidates to tackle selection.
Yeah.
And then also at this point, Dallas is still in the market for a tackle.
Right.
So there's 3 teams right there. Arizona,
I think
could be a spot to trade. Tampa
Bay.
Again, we've been mocking them a trade. So
Cooper DeJean is going to Green Bay. That's exactly what would happen.
Hey, where's Gary at?
Gary, Ricky, where you at?
Yeah,
let's hear it.
Come on, producer.
I know y'all want Cooper DeJean. I promise that's the move, guys. Being opposite Jair Alexander, it's going to be something else.
And Xavier McKinney in them.
Yes, that suit is really dope. I'll be honest. It is a very cool suit, guys. I love the bow tie. Always a bow tie of a regular tie guy.
Where's Kool-Aid going, Steiger? Well, we got to figure out where Cooper's going first, man.
Cooper and
both
Nate
he
Wiggins.
And Nate Wiggins are not clear-cut better. Like we had Kool-Aid on the back end of that tier, possibly in a tier of his own. He's one that at this point, because of the 8 picks left.
I think
the Green Bay, I think, is targeting corner. Tampa Bay could target a corner.
Arizona goes corner, or they go
or
Johnny
defensive
Newsom,
line.
Newton. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a chance that he can go at the end of the first round. There's a lot of guys that had Kool-Aid going to San Fran. One had him going to KC. Yeah,
I think Buffalo's an option if they don't go receiver.
Yeah. AD Mitchell and Worthy are still on the board.
Yeah. And, well, shoot, AD Mitchell, Worthy, Xavier Legette, Troy Franklin, all of them.
Mm-hmm. Which we had a feeling that Legette and Troy would fall the second, but there was actually a decent amount of guys that had Legette going to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Or in a New England trade up to get Xavier Legette.
I love that view right there. They're in Detroit. All their fans in Detroit going and moving up to get a guy that they love. That's how you do it right there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's how you get excited.
And then everybody's like, all right, let's go home.
Yeah, that's how you get excited about a franchise, though.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of interviews with him. He seems like a really cool dude, really down to earth guy.
Yeah.
And corners are to be a good corner, I feel like you have to have such a chill personality, because things happen throughout the game where you get beat and you can't let it affect you. And he's always shouting out the fans. That's so cool.
He's like, I'm home.
That's so cool. Yeah, I just bought the place down the street.
Yep.
My high rise, my penthouse is right there.
So yeah, we got 8 picks to go, guys. We appreciate you staying with us. Yeah, Green Bay on the clock. Multiple times, like I said, we've had Cooper DeJean go on Green Bay. That is a very popular pick.
Yeah.
A couple had Marius Mims, obviously no longer on the board. Graham Barden was a possibility. He is still on the board. But about 6 to 7 of us had Cooper DeJean. It's just such a good fit, man. So still don't see a clock, but I anticipate they haven't made a selection yet.
Yeah, I think it's coming. I'm betting. Well, we talked about this, and we had a conversation about the other player that could go here, and that's Graham Barton.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Sorry, I was paying attention.
No, I know. There's a lot of moving parts, man.
But yeah. So was that was in our what would we do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we were saying this is such a Packer pick, which makes sense.
Yeah. So that's the two options for us. I don't think that they just feel like Packers. And actually, Graham Barton, we were talking about, also feels like a Cowboy.
Right.
Like those types of teams. They fit both of those teams. Look at them all leaving. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. We got our pick. Let's go home.
And then also keep in mind with Graham Barton and then also other tackles, there was a big report of Washington being interested in moving up to, they have 2 picks early in the second round, 36 and 40. So it won't take both to move up all the way here at this point if they hypothetically wanted to go to 25, but obviously pick is in. And then if they wanted to leapfrog Dallas, I know that would, be an extra bonus if they picked a guy that Dallas was hoping to fall to him.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, the teams that are now in front of Dallas don't necessarily need O-line.
Yeah. Essentially it would probably be edge/D line for Arizona, Tampa Bay, edge/D line or corner.
Yeah.
And then Green Bay is O-line, interior O-line or Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, and then Buffalo's wide receiver / corner.
Yeah, which we're actually surprised, didn't trade up for Brian Thomas Jr. Like 23 wasn't that far to go.
Go to 21.
I mean, usually you rarely see the in-division trades.
Oh, I guess that's true. But I'm just saying they needed it. They needed picks, so 21 made sense to me. Even 20 made sense, but I think Fatanu was probably past where most teams thought he could go.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, pick is in. Tampa Bay on the clock. Click, tick-tocking away.
Y'all got any on
to my bladder?
Yeah, y'all got any questions for us? We'd love to answer anything y'all have about these teams. We've done a lot of research on all of them.
Here we go.
So
25th pick.
Oh, wow. It's in.
Cheeseheads. 2025 draft next year, going to Green Bay.
Yep. Jordan Morgan.
Jordan Morgan.
Offensive tackle.
So
That
shut up.
is surprising.
Cam.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that surprising. I mean, David Bakhtiari's gone. They need a left tackle. I guess they saw Jordan Morgan as the next best one over Tyler Guyton.
Yeah.
Jordan Morgan is a swing tackle. He's played left tackle and right tackle. He's older, ready to play now. He's like it says, he's a smooth mover. But he does struggle in the run game, and he struggles against like power rushers when they're, getting hands inside and they're pressing him. So that's his biggest concern, but he is a very comfortable pass blocker. Good feet, those types of things. Very fluid type of player.
Yeah, and then like you said, David Bakhtiari, long time left tackle, no longer with the team. Still actually is yet to be signed. We'll just kind of see what happens. Maybe he's waiting on this run of tackles to see his best spot before he figures it out. I was actually shocked that if Green Bay was, the Jets going the veteran route at tackle, that they didn't bring in David Bakhtiari.
The Bucks pick is in.
That was quick. They're staying.
Steiger. Jordan Morgan is the tackle out of Arizona. If you're wondering.
Breaking news.
Yeah, he was our, I want to say seventh or eighth tackle on our board.
We had him essentially, I think every mock going.
We had him at 31 this month,
going to 30 or 31. Yeah, we had him going to the 49ers, but pretty much every single mock we did, we had him at the end with either Baltimore or San Francisco. So one less tackle for tackle needed teams. So if Washington wants to move up, now they got to get in front of, probably at least Baltimore and San Fran, but maybe Dallas too, depending on what they do. Obviously, Guyton is still available. And then Graham Barton as an interior lineman
is falling.
And
so
Jackson Powers Johnson. So
he might get to Dallas. And then we have a real question. Is it JPJ or is it Barton? What do y'all think? Y'all put it in the chat. Tell me what y'all want. Because, they're both really solid players.
Right.
And it just depends if y'all would rather have a true center, or a guy that can play a little bit of guard and center. There's a lot. Y'all are killing it on social media, guys. I appreciate it. They're shouting us out on there.
Let's go.
But yeah, so just depending on what kind of player you want. Let's see. Reach. No reach. You're talking about Jordan Morgan?
Slight.
It's a little reach. I'd
probably feel better about him than Tyler Guyton.
Oh, absolutely. Like right now. The ability.
Ian Rappaport just tweeted that we'll see if we get a trade, but there's a lot of teams trying to move up into the late 20s. So maybe Dallas is moving back again. Maybe Arizona's trying to get more picks. Maybe Buffalo didn't like the receiver position falling the way it did. So,
yeah. I just looked at our rankings. Jordan Morgan was our 39th player on our board, and he went at 15 or 25. I don't think that's a huge reach.
Yeah.
Like we said, Tyler Guyton, 33 on our board, but more.
So you have to think of it like when I know there's 32 first-round picks every year. Usually, there's about 14 to 16 on good years that have first-round grades. We actually had, I think, 18 first-round grades. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, 18.
So that's 14 more picks in the first round that are second-round grades.
Yeah.
There was a lot of second-round grade players, like probably about 30 or so, which is high. So just because we have them at 39 doesn't mean that we think it's a reach, because at this point, it's second-round graded players going to.
Right.
We're surprised that they didn't go with Graham Barton or Cooper DeJean, because we thought that might help them more in the short term. But,
getting a tackle, though, is more important than interior offensive line.
Absolutely.
And so if they think that Jordan Morgan's ability is going to, at offensive tackle over interior offensive line, going to make that big difference. Plus, I've seen multiple people talk about Jordan Morgan possibly moving to guard. They might have thought he was the best guard left.
Right.
And I might not see that sentiment, but it's still possible. I just don't think he can run block. And if you play guard, you kind of have to be able to do that.
Yeah. So
Let's see.
Bailey says thoughts on Dallas just collecting some extra picks from someone, trading back into the first.
So it's a double-edged sword, Bailey, because then you lose your fifth round or your fifth-year option. So if you pick in the first round at 29, keeping that fifth-year option is very important, especially depending on, what position and who it is, because you're going to have to pay pretty pennies for corners, edges.
It's always ideal to trade
tackles.
back and then get the guy you want, but sometimes you can't get too cute.
Yeah.
So they already got an extra day 2 pick, essentially for just this year's pick in a 7th. So, yeah, I think there's multiple guys that can serve you right now. There's no need to just trade back and then hope you can get back to 31 or 32 and then get the guy. It's just Jerry Jones is tired. Let him go to bed, man.
Yeah.
So
also, not just that, I think when you think about like who you could get, there's such a big drop off at an interior offensive line after those two guys. Like our second best interior offensive line, in like a true interior offensive line ranking, was Zach Zenter or Cooper Beebe. Cooper Beebe's a third rounder in most drafts.
That may sneak into the second.
Yeah, so
but it's a big. You're gonna wait a while to hear his name.
So that's also another reason why I don't think it makes sense to move unless you weren't targeting interior offensive line, which you should be.
I would anticipate, like I said, with getting a third day 2 pick, that they probably either move up like earlier in the second round into the 40s, or you get early a third because you have 2 late round picks.
Yeah.
Now, getting up early in one of the rounds to get something of need. So
how did they already have the Cardinals pick? I don't understand. They're
they're just kind of backed up
so fast.
So essentially,
thanks, Bailey.
they're really
I appreciate that. He said that didn't even cross my mind. I think he was talking about the 5th-year option. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's why we're here, bud.
Here comes the Bucks.
I'm pretty sure
Graham Barton.
Hopefully Dallas didn't want him. Graham Barton gone to the Buccaneers. So make that chat.
That is a pick that nobody thought going to Tampa, but we like the pick.
JPJ. I got y'all. I'll start the chat. Woke up to Green Bay drafting a DT. Yes, that a baby. Come on, Gary. Where you been?
You say DT?
Yeah, we missed you.
He's not even playing
DT. He played opposite tackle.
Newsflash, sir.
Hey, if he plays DT, I don't think it's going to go very well.
Who is this? Shout out to Peter Schrager being the only guy having Graham Barton go to Tampa Bay.
Wow.
I thought we consensus went defense on Tampa. Those that kept him in. Well, actually, one had JPJ, but no, he's going to.
Yes, Detroit is already picked. I don't understand. I mean, not Detroit.
Arizona.
Arizona has already picked based on PFF. I don't know how they know this. These things are crazy.
So I think it's mainly just it's late in the night, and as soon as the pick is in, like they're trying to get on with the night. Like it's already 10:20. They're just trying to get this over with, and so I think there's a little bit of a delay with the production of it because you're trying to give everybody their time.
Well, to know who it is, I think it's a little bit of a reach. It's going to be a reach for Arizona. And they did not pick Jerzon Newton. They picked a different D lineman, Darius Robinson, man.
So some people actually had Darius Robinson. That is not somebody that one time we had going to in the first round.
No, but we've heard his name a lot. He did really well at the Senior Bowl, one of the highest climbers at the Senior Bowl, so he made his name there.
Shout out Mel Kiper for hitting the nail on the head with that one.
Really?
Yep.
That is not who I would pick. He's actually our 4th interior offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. I mean defensive lineman, and that's because we have him playing defensive tackle. Cam earlier said he's a tweener. What that means is he can play edge or he can play DT. As a tweener, though, you're not necessarily going to be great at either. You're going to be good at both of them, but you're not going to be great at either. And with him, because he's 6'5" and 285 pounds, he actually probably weighs out as a defensive end or edge, but looks like a defensive tackle when he plays.
Mm-hmm.
He did not run a fast 40. He did not do the athleticism scores that well, which means he's most likely going to have to move inside. And for his size, that just isn't going to be as helpful at the next level because he's going up against 340-pound Amarius Mims on a down block. He's got 80 pounds on him at times. So, yeah, I think I disagree with the pick, but hey.
Especially when our number 1 is still on the board. Johnny Newton's still on the board. So,
yeah, I just and not just that, like we have Tavondre Sweat above Darius Robinson. And so that kind of tells you the difference because a lot of people have Tavondre Sweat much lower, even in the 70s at times. And so Darius Robinson going this early is a reach to us, but probably not in the full drafting eyes, right?
Yeah, and quick shout out to you guys. 21 likes now. That is by far our most liked video so far. And then also we just hit our 40th subscriber. So again, can't thank you guys enough. Dr. Dre thinks our hair is flowing the same way.
Thanks, man.
Trying to. I'm probably going a little bit more bald faster than him, but we try and can with what we do. So we're almost done, guys. Don't just hold on just a little bit longer, man. We got about 6 picks left, or 5 picks left, rather. And obviously Dallas is an important one. Kansas City and San Fran still intriguing.
Yeah, you get to wait, David, till Casey's last. Y'all got to win the Super Bowl. You get to wait till your team gets up. Okay, you can get over it. All right. No, we're not banning anybody, Steiger. Sorry, Andre stays.
Yeah, and then yes, Gary Cooper DeJean is still available. He's our best player available at the very moment,
and he could go to Dallas. What? No.
Hey, now
that would be pretty insane. It wouldn't be a very good match made in heaven by any means, but hey, sometimes best player available, man. He should not be here. Chiefs are on the clock. The Chiefs have traded.
So the Chiefs traded up. So okay, David, you got a little impatient and just wanted to throw a couple extra picks, huh?
How'd you know, bud? 40. What's 40? What, Raven? What is 40?
40 subs.
40? What?
Yeah, I said that. Did you not hear my?
Well, mine didn't. Mine didn't adjust.
You gotta refresh, man.
I guess. Get out of here. Let's try this
Hit
again.
enter.
And I've got 43.
Swear.
We got 43.
Come on,
baby.
And 23 likes. Oh,
run it up.
We're partying, man.
Come on.
Let's go.
Hey, yeah, we've got 16 people watching, 43 subs. Oh man.
Yeah. And Gary, we talked about our Wingstop deal earlier, and you missed it, but we're waiting, man.
Don't you worry. You're wearing some. I'm gonna actually, Steiger, you still got that chicken suit? I know exactly what you're wearing, Gary. Now. I know exactly what you're wearing. Traded up.
All right. So here's my question, chat. So I know we're from Texas. We got some Longhorn fans in the chat. Both Longhorn receivers are probably the best available receivers left. For most people's boards.
Yeah, for what we'd expect, big board.
Yeah.
Guys.
So who would you rather have going to Kansas City?
Oh yeah, Dave. Who you want, bud?
Yeah.
Get it together. What did I do, Taylor?
I think she's about to refresh, man.
Oh yeah, I bet. Well, let me try it again. Let's see if I just add 20 more.
Oh no.
Almost.
Damn it. Almost. It's okay.
All right, Dave. Who do you want? Let's hear it before they do it. We got 10, 9.
Who does Taylor want? She's the true Longhorn in this chat.
She loves Sweat.
Well, Sweat's not going here, Taylor. I'm sorry. It's a likely.
Oh, he wants Worthy.
He wants Worthy. Okay.
I don't want Worthy. I'm just being honest here.
I think Worthy is best situation for him. I also would not be surprised if they went corner. Nate Wiggins is still there, and they lost L'Jarius Sneed via trade. So,
actually, Cam, I just
Cooper DeJean. Oh, sorry.
What? No. It all just clicked.
What?
They moved up in front of Dallas to get AD Mitchell because AD Mitchell's been linked to Dallas this whole time. So that's what they're doing. They're not going Worthy.
Well, they're not going JPJ. I know that much. They have Creed Humphrey. He's the best center in football.
Yep.
So
he's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like Sweat? Yes, you do. Get out of here. I don't want Worthy going there, guys. I think that is a reach out of like this world.
It's okay. Like it's CEH over Jonathan Taylor. Like they're gonna win a Super Bowl either way.
Yeah,
like,
I know. It's
come on now.
Patrick Mahomes.
Would you rather have Xavier Worthy or would you rather have McCole Hartman? And
I mean, with a ring on your hand, it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Ain't that right, Dave?
My thing, Dave, with Worthy, he did set the combine record with his speed, but I don't feel like his speed indicates how fast. Like he doesn't play as a 4.21. Like Tyreek Hill is a 4.29 40 that plays like a 4.21, and Xavier Worthy is more so just kind of he doesn't get the.
So how I described it,
top.
Yeah, how I described it on like the other podcasts that I guess you have not watched, Dave. But I described it as like when you have someone that's fast, when he catches the ball, you get scared that he's going to score on that play every single time.
Right.
With Worthy, I never felt that way. I knew he was fast, but I could touch him, I could flick him, and he'd freaking go out of bounds because he weighs 165 pounds, 170 pounds playing weight. So that's my problem with it, is that like Malik Neighbors, a guy that went earlier, when he catches the ball, you're like, oh, everybody in the stands just holds their breath because you think he could teleport to the end zone. Another guy that's like that is Tyreek Hill. That's what we're kind of trying to compare him to because KC, Tyreek Hill, you're not getting that same production at all. There's no way, And so that's kind of my thing with this whole thing is like you have to really think about the fact that he's always been fast and he hasn't done the fast things that you expect, I guess, right? No hate, just being honest. I'm just saying.
Don't be hating. A little bit of Malibu's Most Wanted.
Somehow my Xbox turned off, so we're not watching the stream.
That's fine. I'm watching down here.
Cam's watching the stream.
You can figure it out. You're on. I'm so sad that TV didn't work.
I know.
My boss gave me a free TV, and I was so excited, but then it didn't come with a power cord, and we bought the power cord, and it didn't work.
Yep.
So.
Oh my gosh, they did it. You got to be kidding me.
Xavier? How are you getting the news and I'm the one watching the stream?
PFF. PFF is so much faster. PFF has
Xavier
been killing it today.
You're welcome.
Oh gosh, I hate it.
I hate you too.
But I'm a Raiders fan.
Hey,
so,
we got a green box because of me, and I am happy about it. Okay.
He was 32.
And green box.
Actually, I probably would have been on the same.
Here, hey, another tidbit. We have 10 mock drafts in front of us. We are the only one that said Xavier Worthy to Kansas City.
That is insane.
Mic drop.
How?
Yeah.
I thought everybody was mocking him. Okay.
Nope.
Mic drop.
Yep. Mic drop. Green light. Everybody had him go to a receiver, though, pretty much for the most part. But
I see. Well, they must have had Xavier Worthy before that.
Again, it's a little bit higher than that we'd prefer. However, that is the best place to go for Xavier Worthy.
I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Again, they just love UT skill players. That's something we grew up on. Priest Holmes, Jamal Charles. Yep. So now adding Xavier Worthy to the list.
Well, now Dallas. And where's the chat? Where's the chat? I haven't heard anything.
Yep.
Where is it? I haven't seen a JPJ once.
I think they're just marinating that. Oh, Kansas City's going to 3-peat now. Alrighty.
Yeah, I don't understand why PFF is moving so much faster. I know, like you're saying.
Well, it's also like a report too.
Reaction.
Because, like, if you remember, NBA draft is way much of a downturn. But like Shams and
Bailey,
Woj,
what said they didn't take JPJ.
Creed Humphrey is the best center in football, and he's on the Chiefs. They're not taking JPJ.
I think he's talking about Dallas.
Oh. We're behind. What is happening?
Yeah, I need to see this because I don't believe you. Bailey, are you lying to me? Bailey's lying. There's no way. Bailey, where are you seeing this, bro?
Oh, dude, I'm about to be upset.
Tyler Guyton?
Yep.
No way.
Yeah. Huh?
Cam's going home.
No. I'm gonna go to the bathroom first, and then I'm gonna go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way y'all did that, right? I don't see it.
Mr. Arv what's his last name? Mirov.
Oh no,
Ari Mirov.
like an actual source.
Yep.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was fun. I appreciate the stream. Everybody coming. It's time for us to go.
No,
Um,
no, we still got a couple left. But in all reality, the Cowboys were heavily tied to Tyler Guyton. They've always had a knack for taking Oklahoma players, and so this is a pick that just a lot of people were kind of in on. Several of the mocks had Tyler Guyton going to Dallas. I was reluctant to do it because of the logic of which they were speaking about it. So he is a project left tackle or right tackle that we'll see what happens. But
I mean, luckily, Dallas has been really good at developing offensive line, and they've been pretty good at picking them. So hopefully they saw something we didn't see necessarily in some way to use him that is better than what we're expecting. Because right now I'm a little worried. But that's okay. Who's next? Baltimore is on the clock.
yeah, Baltimore
and
three picks
they're not
left.
getting Tyler Guyton. So I'm not sure where they go, actually. That's actually a really big hit for them.
Cooper DeJean is still on the board.
That is just ridiculous. San Francisco? San Francisco going to get another corner? And return specialist, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing with Xavier Worthy that he really brings to the table for the Chiefs is his return ability. That'll be helpful. Let's see. Dallas's pick is in, so yeah. I don't know who this Ari guy is, but he is moving.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh, did I close the stream? All right. So, well, Dallas isn't really, at least Dallas moves back and they decide.
Makes you feel a little better that you get a day 2 pick with the project, but it's, again, I don't know. Like, I don't feel terrible about it, but it's also, like, it's not something that, especially having JPJ and Cooper DeJean and, others on the board, even AD Mitchell, like you said, was tied to them. It's like you took a project when you're all in.
Yeah. No,
so
I get it.
It's just you continue to defy your own logic, and so it's just, I don't know.
I guess Trey Smith's not playing tackle.
Yeah.
Did I say Trey Smith? I'm sorry. Wrong
Tyler
team.
Smith, yeah.
Tyler Smith. Trey Smith played for Tennessee, plays for the
Kansas
City Chiefs. Yeah. Tyler Smith is probably not moving to tackle, though. I think they're going to leave him at guard then, based on that pick. And they're going to have to figure out a way to get Tyler Guyton to be productive at left tackle.
Or maybe for the first time being, moving Terrence Steele. Early on, before he became the permanent right tackle, he would sit and fill in a little bit as well. So, but I mean, Oklahoma guy going to Cowboys. That's something that's been a common thread over the last decade or so.
Oh yeah, it doesn't look like the Cowboys fans were very happy about it, though. I'm gonna be very honest. They did not jump up and down like I would have expected for a Cowboys fan.
Yeah. So.
No, that's the full stream. Okay, so we got three picks left, and
Baltimore's already made their pick.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but Baltimore at this point, we have them going tackle in every one of our drafts. Actually, every tackle's gone. There's a ton of corners that are falling that we didn't necessarily expect to fall.
So we did see some a fair amount of tackles that we didn't view as first rounders that were mocked as such. So like Roger Rosengarten got a couple of mocks.
Yeah.
Kingsley Suamataia.
Yeah, Suamataia.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, very close.
I got it around the first round our prospect thing.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry. And then also Patrick Paul, a couple of guys had.
Yeah.
So yeah, but regardless. Yeah, I feel like at this point Washington is not moving up, at least in the first round.
Right.
And obviously the entire board in which we're color coding it can't officially be filled out because we've had guys that we've matched in the first round before that have fallen into the second round. to the same team.
Right.
Like Drew Lock comes to mind, Trayvon Diggs, Xavier McKinney, etc., and so on, of guys that we picked going in the first round to that team, and they went in the second round to that said team. So we can't officially pull it out, but we'll just kind of see what happens. But right now, 1, 2, we had hit our goal of 8 correct picks.
Wow,
which is nice.
We're
3,
not done.
5, 6, 7 correct positions. So we're right about the halfway point of correct positions targeted. And then with Baltimore, Kansas City, and Buffalo coming up, at least Buffalo, we feel good about them going receiver. And then Baltimore and San Fran, maybe one of them takes one of those tackles and we get a similar position going. Because both, obviously, Morgan and Geithner are off the board.
A.D. Mitchell was we moved up in our draft for A.D. Mitchell to go to
Buffalo at
24.
Yeah, that was the trade up for Dallas.
Yeah, so we had the trade right, and we might also get the player right for Buffalo, so that would be really good. Who's winning? Who's doing the most? Is it Joel Klatt? He had the most earlier,
Joel
right?
Klatt had 10.
Wow.
Let me see. Let's see. 4, 5,
Boomer
6.
Sooner. What in the world?
So Daniel Jeremiah, our favorite analyst, actually has 7, so he has one less correct spot than us.
Okay. Yeah, Taylor, I saw you said, where are the Aggies at? You will see an Aggie picked early in day 2.
It'll be Edrin Cooper.
Yeah, Edrin Cooper, linebacker, basically the big hit guy. Loves to when you feel him when he hits you. You go backwards. He's an awesome player.
With the 30th pick
on Northgate.
30th pick, Baltimore goes ahead and selects Nate Wiggins.
Nice. Okay.
Clemson. So shout out Daniel Jeremiah. He just tied it up with us. That was his selection.
I would love to let you know though that Cooper DeJean is still on the board.
Yep,
guys, and he's San Fran.
He might fall on day 2.
San Fran. Oh, the Raiders. We guys. Can we please get
Cooper,
a corner?
Your two favorite players overall in this class.
My God, please.
I mean, honestly, with what you've gone through, you might deserve it.
Yeah. I deserve it. I deserve Audric in the 6th round. This year. Too bad we couldn't have 5 picks in the first round. There were some guys for sure. Yes, Edrin Cooper will go day 2 early. He's gonna go to San Fran. I don't think he's going to San Fran.
Edrin Cooper?
Yeah, that's what Gary just said.
No, they got Fred Warner. They're solid.
And then Steiger says hopefully Edrin Cooper goes to the boys.
Maybe Buffalo, because Matt Milano coming off a significant injury, and then they lost Tremaine Edmonds previous year.
I don't think he's going in the first round though.
Oh yeah, definitely not. But I'm just thinking situationally.
Yeah.
Let me pull up the second round.
He said that, but the Cowboys are an option for Edrin Cooper. And yes,
I don't know if he'll be there at, where are we, 57?
But you just rated back, so you can come get him.
Yeah.
So,
but at 57, I don't think he'll be there. Both him and Peyton Wilson, who is our number 1 linebacker.
Right. But y'all are different. So when it comes to the Cowboys, y'all need run stopping style linebackers,
exactly.
And that's what he is. He's a big hit, play downhill type of guy. He fits y'all's scheme more than what I would think Peyton Wilson would, even knowing we love Peyton Wilson because he plays the pass so well. He's great in zone. He's great in covering tight ends and running backs out of the backfield. He just does everything. And he had a 4.5 missed tackle rate, which is amazing. Just so everybody knows, that's freaking incredible. Yeah. So he fits every scheme, but Edrin Cooper is the big hitter that y'all probably would be more comfortable getting.
And then, I mean, you look at a lot of the teams early in the second round, like Washington, Carolina, the Chargers, the Patriots, all need linebackers.
Yeah.
And Carolina has multiple second round picks in the top 4, or in between 33 and 40. So does Washington. Arizona has multiple picks on day 2. Plenty of picks on day 2.
Yeah.
Same with New England. Tennessee. I know they lost Azeez Al-Shaair to Houston. So they could be another team. Yeah, they're Oh, well, they did pick up Kenneth Murray, but he's underwhelmed as a former first rounder.
Right.
So yeah, I don't think either Peyton Wilson or Adrian Cooper would fall to Dallas at 56. Actually, is their second rounder at the moment.
Junior
So
Colson though would be a really good
I don't want him.
fit. Who do you want?
I don't know. Not Tyler Guyton.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to help you there.
Yeah.
San Francisco on the clock. Yes, Gary, I expect Cooper DeJean to be the guy that goes there. We were talking tackle. They just re-signed Colton McKivett. Oh, we have it. Maybe?
Hold on.
Okay.
There's multiple.
So let me finish that thought then. They just re-signed right tackle Colton McKivett to a 1-year deal. He's basically a bridge tackle to us. And then they have Trent Williams, but Trent Williams is 37? Okay. 36.
Sorry.
Trent Williams, how old is he? 36. Okay.
Going on 37.
So, yeah, 36-year-old. Finding a guy to replace one or the other side. That's why we really like Jordan Morgan here, was because he's a swing tackle, can play both sides, whatever they needed. If he got injured, Trent Williams get injured, you just place him. If Colton McKivett isn't necessarily a guy that's going to be a starter for a long time, you replace basically. But now they don't have that option. So we'll see what they do. There might be another tackle that sneaks into this part of the round. Or, even knowing we don't necessarily think any of them are worthy of being here, it's definitely a possibility. They might go wide receiver if they expect to move one of their wide receivers too.
Right. So, yeah, and some people actually predicted that going receiver. We had one going Jeremiah went with Xavier Worthy. I saw AD Mitchell with one, Xavier Legette with another. So, but some had Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid was the most popular pick, but also Cooper DeJean. Nobody had fallen this far.
No, yeah.
So obviously we had a tackle, and unless it's a reach, probably not going to be that position. Patrick Paul is probably the best available tackle, I would say, maybe.
Yeah, Patrick Paul, and then Kingsley Suamatea, and then Kieran Yama. I'm sorry, they all have crazy names.
Yeah.
Kieran, they played for Yale though.
Yeah.
I'm just completely blanking. I'm sorry, but lots of good players.
And
but
center could also be a
guys.
Need for JPJ as well.
Yeah. Pick us in though. Let's see. Come on, guys, get in the chat. I know you're sad that JPJ is not going to the Cowboys. I know that's why the chat slowed down. I can see it already. We trust McClay when it comes to O-line. Oh, yes. Yes, of course we do. Let's see. What the team like the 49ers that have just had talent everywhere.
Cooper DeJean.
To the 49ers.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
GG's.
Just add him. Why not? Just add him to the, just put one of the best players on, one of the best teams. Why not, guys? Thanks, NFL, for making me sad.
Scary hours, man.
Thank you.
Good job, Dallas.
Well, AD Mitchell.
AD Mitchell?
To Buffalo?
Yeah, that would close it out. Give us, what is that, 9? Would be 9 correct selections in the first round, which is pretty solid,
Yeah, I never saw.
It was very chalky at the beginning, but middle rounds kind of fell on our face. I mean, we projected 8 trades. We projected chaos, and there was really no chaos at all until the 20s.
Minnesota decided to trade.
Minnesota decided to trade twice, and then
Nick went to sleep.
Yeah, Nick's probably passed out somewhere.
Absolute steal, Steiger. Yes, absolutely. Yes. I completely agree with that.
Yep.
He should not be here.
Griffin, you asked earlier what would be our favorite pick. That if I knew that this was a possibility, this would have been the thing.
Yeah, Steiger. So when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, they just can pick best player available every time they get up to draft. And so that kind of makes it easy, but at the same time, I don't see, like, Dallas was able to do that a few years ago. When they weren't paying Dak $52 million, 59 million. Oh my gosh. Whew. Yep. So
yeah, Buffalo 32nd pick. So I know we'll be
they did not
soon.
The 49ers didn't pick. Wait, what?
What?
Cam, you got a different thing than me.
Let me see.
I just got a different notification, and it's the same on different places. NFL just posted Ricky Pearsall.
Pearsall.
What did you see?
I saw a 49ers blog saying Kool-Aid. Cooper.
Well, Ricky Pearsall
Pearsall
is definitely not who we expected there.
Ricky Pearsall.
I'll be very honest, guys. I have Ricky Pearsall like 13th on our wide receiver rankings, and he climbed, but not this much. This is crazy because he's the great value Lad McConkey to me. If y'all don't know who Lad McConkey is, he's just an awesome route runner that always gets open, best slot receiver in the class. Y'all are about to see a crazy highlight though when he catches this ball one-handed, but I'm just saying, like, there's some serious issues with this pick to me because I think Ricky's a good player, but there's so much depth at this position that is just too early.
But that could also be foreshadowing, a move for Brandon Ayuk or Debo.
Yes, absolutely.
But listen, that's
not the guy that I was expecting.
There were several guys that were higher up. I apologize for the Cooper DeJean
Panthers are on the clock.
Panthers have traded into the first round, so they swapped. So I think this is receiver. 32. This is Xavier Legette or A.D. Mitchell to me.
Or Xavier Worthy.
Xavier Worthy's a chief, sir.
Oh, yeah. Tripping.
Ricky Pearsall.
I still don't like the pick.
No,
I'm just kidding.
Respectfully, that is possibly the worst pick of this entire round, in my eyes.
The Ricky Pearsall pick?
Yeah.
I mean,
excuse me.
They just went and got their favorite receiver at this point. I mean, A.D. Mitchell has his own issues with people saying that he's a hard to deal with in the locker room. Xavier Legette had ended up being 2 inches shorter than expected. Troy Franklin had a terrible combine. There are issues with other players, but this is just too early. I have Jermaine Burton over Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah,
on our board, and
again, he was wide receiver 13, and he went before A.D. Mitchell,
who's number 5. And Lad McConkey, and
which Lad,
all of them.
Yeah, Lad, like everybody, mostly everybody had A.D. as round 5 to 7, but majority of them had him over Ricky Pearsall.
Oh yeah, I don't think anybody ranked Ricky Pearsall over either of them, most likely.
So with this being said, is this Carolina flipping to 30 for the 33rd, or are they moving their 39th? I'm assuming it'd be a pick swap.
Yeah, the Buffalo was 33rd on the screen.
I got the ring light in the way.
Sorry.
Okay.
Trying out all this lighting.
It's interesting, Buffalo trading back twice though.
Well, I wonder because of the 5th year option.
Basically, in addition to swapping the 32nd and 33rd, Panthers get a 6th round pick and Buffalo gets a 5th round pick this year. So basically, Buffalo's moving up around in the later draft just to move back one spot.
Yeah. Okay. Whoops.
Ricky Pearsall.
I did not see that coming, guys, and also didn't see it coming because I had false information.
I apologize.
Falsified information.
Listen, I saw a San Francisco blue check that said Cooper DeJean. I'm sorry.
Yes, Steiger.
And he deleted the tweet. I went to his page and he deleted the tweet. So
Steiger is absolutely correct. Pick went from A+ to D- in a matter of seconds. Yes, completely agree with that.
So Xavier Legette, like I said, to Carolina.
Xavier Legette. Okay.
Yeah, so that is the final pick of the first round. That is a guy that they met with, I think, 4 or 5 times, and so he's publicly said they're gonna get me if he's there. And so that was not smoke whatsoever. So
does that mean that Buffalo gets A.D. Mitchell in the 2nd? Because I mean,
good. That's why we don't want to. It's an incomplete graphic at the moment because Buffalo, if they end up with the 33rd pick and they take A.D. Mitchell, we're right.
Yeah.
So if Washington takes a tackle with their 2nd pick that we thought was going to trade up, we're right on position.
Right. Yeah.
So,
but I will say that this is being our first live stream. I had a lot of fun. I appreciate the chat. Man. Unfortunately, sometimes our teams disappoint us and we get the wrong guy.
Yeah.
But we did. It was a great time. I'm happy that we did this, and we were relatively around where we're normally at. At 10 picks is what you try to shoot for.
That's elite. And we are at 8, would be 9 if 80 Mitchell is selected by Buffalo.
Yeah.
And then in terms of correct positions targeted, you got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13. Yeah, 15. So basically, if Washington with their second pick in the draft take a tackle, and or 80 Mitchell going to Buffalo / a receiver going to Buffalo would put us right at 16, which was our goal.
Yeah.
And that's always a strong bet when you have 50% of the first round be the positions that you target, which is impressive considering we had 8 first round trades.
Yeah.
And we still had 50%. So
I think that has a little bit to do with the corners dropping and then the offensive tackles going up a little bit higher than expected. But we really appreciate everybody being here. We are going to get better at this. This is not going to be this way all the time, but we're learning. Hopefully, Ricky's doing an awesome job.
Yeah. Shout out Ricky.
Yeah. Ricky's killing it. And that's why the videos look so good. And then we're also going to improve all of our technology, software, hardware, so that this looks better. We don't have the random blurriness that I heard about on the stream, things like that. So we appreciate it, guys. And y'all have a good night. Hopefully your team kills it tomorrow and on day 3.
Yeah, man. Y'all see you on the next one. We appreciate your time, man.